Just give me a second as I get ready. It looks like I'm just going to have to be off cam for a little bit until I can get this situation. I think it's more important that you guys can hear me audio wise than see me instead of it glitching out. So I'm gonna try that for the time being. Let me do a couple more tweaks on things, and then we can go ahead and get started. Teal is going to be running a little bit late, but she will be hopping in with us shortly. But that will give me time to go on ahead and run through a couple of other things. So, hello, everybody, and thank you for joining the Political Matrix. Today, this is going to be, we're trying out this, we haven't figured out an exact time that we're going to run, but we're looking at running on Sundays. Hopefully that this will work out better for people. And also it gives a break from Saturday nights for a change. Let me get ready to go into go in. Hello. How we doing, babe? See you soon. Hopefully you're out there being safe on those roads. And then so the topics we got for you guys today. We got North Korean sub that I definitely want to talk about. I saw that we have Anthony Mackie made some very interesting comments. And I wanted to kind of dive into those comments. The Trump administration has ordered airstrikes in Yemen recently. And I want to talk about that. Hello, Chamonix is back again. Abundance Protocol said this is a great time slot for me. Yeah, we're gonna hopefully this works out for a lot of people. I know that a lot of the people who are on the East Coast, Saturdays are okay for some people, but maybe some of the newer people who might be interested, maybe that's a little bit too late. And so it might, not be a great time for them, but we're going to try it out. And I do got some videos and stuff that I wanted to hop into and show you guys before we get going. So I figure I will start there. It seems like it's been a lot of stuff and not a lot at the same time in comparison to how the Trump administration has been running so far. Well, I guess if I don't need my camera on, I turn off all these bright lights, which are pretty warm if you guys have not done any streaming before and sat in front of the lights. But let me hop into one of those stories. Oh yeah, I forgot the other story that I don't have in there. Because of the Trump tax policy that he is looking to go into, I think it's a good reminder and going into what we could possibly look at, because this experiment has been tried on a micro level, and this is something that has not been anything new. This is something Republicans have always wanted to do, but it's a matter of how many times can they do this and what is the effects of society when they do it. Random Facts and News says, put this on the screen. So Chris isn't coming back. As far as I know, I don't expect him to come back anytime soon. I haven't heard a word from him, so good luck to him, whatever he is doing. That's all I will say. And I think we'll be able to, I don't know, I think when it's on some of the streams where there's only one person, and I'm talking about just content creators in general, it tends to be a little bit more streamlined, like a Savvy's podcast. The downside, it does take away some of the natural reactions to each other and live. And I know that I may be a little bit more dry than Chris is as far as my approach. So hopefully you guys will still stick around. Hopefully people won't be too disappointed. You guys are just stuck with me only, but we're gonna keep on, power through. So back to what I was saying about the whole the test policy, which is done. We're going to talk a little about the Kansas experiment because I've been hearing a lot of buzz about what's been going on in Nebraska and Nebraska going towards bankruptcy. Not that the state necessarily is going to file for bankruptcy itself, but they are running into very, very difficult times. And so I do want to look at that a little bit and talk about that case study. So here, but in the meantime, got a couple other stories that I want to run into and show you all. So let's see, what is this one that I have first to show? Nope, not that one, not that one. It looks like I got all my main ones, but let me see. I guess I'll have to pull this up because I don't already have it on the screen. But let's pull up this one interesting story which happened here locally to me. I don't know if you guys all heard about it necessarily where you are, but it has been some interesting news here in LA. So I wanted to share that story because, granted, even though you guys don't all live necessarily in LA, if you ever come out here, this is something you might want to know about the local police here, just in case you run into a situation that involves them. So let me pull this screen up and we will go from there. Okay, there it is. Okay, let me share my screen.
The LAPD under scrutiny this morning after a complaint was filed accusing officers of making racist and other derogatory comments about their colleagues. The alleged remarks secretly recorded. KTLA's Annie Rose Ramos live in our newsroom with the details. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hey, Frank, good morning to you. Yeah, all of this according to an explosive LA Times investigation reporting a Los Angeles police officer working in the department's recruitment office recorded dozens and dozens of conversations for the better part of a year. These recordings revealing cops spewing racist, sexist, and homophobic comments. Now, all of this according to a complaint filed with the LAPD and reviewed by the LA Times, detailing roughly 90 recordings made inside the recruiting division, portraying officers and supervisors voicing open discrimination against potential recruits and colleagues based on race, sex, and sexual orientation. These are the same officers tasked with deciding who can join the LAPD. Now, in one conversation, take a look at this. A Latina LAPD officer offered this advice on how to fight African Americans, saying, quote, "You hit Black people in the liver. I heard they got weak livers," according to the complaint filed January 5th with the LAPD's Professional Standards Bureau and the Inspector General's office. The same officer allegedly describing a Latina janitor to her colleagues as, quote, wetback. But the complaint is accusing a Sergeant Denny Jong, of leading the prejudicial banter. In one conversation with subordinates about Dodger baseball legend Fernando Valenzuela's death from septic shock, saying, quote, "I know officers reportedly referred to Black people as monkeys." The complaining officer, a Latino with 10 years on the job, initially made his written accusations anonymously, but now is handing over dozens of hours of recordings that took place between March and October of last year. When news of this complaint broke, Chief Jim McDonnell at the LAPD removed a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 4 officers from the unit, saying he was deeply disappointed by these reports. Now, a scandal in the LAPD's recruiting office couldn't come at a worse time. The LAPD is struggling to recruit new officers, with more than 100 cops expected to leave the force by next year, dropping the department to the lowest amount of officers it's seen in roughly 30 years. We at KTLA have reached out to the LAPD and the mayor's office about this case. We're waiting to hear back from both.
We have new details tonight on whistleblower complaint against the LAPD. This has triggered an investigation into alleged racism within the department. NBC4's Robert Kovacic joins us now with the very latest on all this. Robert.
Carolyn, take a look at this. The union that represents the officers, the Los Angeles Police Protective League, says this reprehensible language is beyond unacceptable. Any officer found to have broken the public trust must be held accountable. Now, we want to make it clear, we have not heard the recordings in question that are part of the Los Angeles Times investigation, and we have asked the LAPD to see the complaint.
All right, I guess that gives you guys the gist of what's going on. And I can't say that I'm necessarily surprised, and I don't think any of you guys are surprised out there, but it's just something that whenever we see these things come to light and give confirmation to what we already know, it's good to know that, and so that we're not out here crazy, and so people are not able to just gaslight us and pretend like it's all in our head what we're seeing. It's funny, Chamonique, you said that. Let me put this on the screen. It says Asians offending Latinos, and one of the people who were in there, who's one of the, I think it's one of the sergeants, is an Asian gentleman. So it's no surprise some of that racism is coming from the Asian community. And for somebody who didn't grow up in LA, it's kind of interesting being pushed into this kind of a dynamic because I don't know where everybody else grew up, but you know, if you don't think that there's different dynamics and different experiences that people have, then it's hard for you to understand why other people it might be jarring for them to hear some of this stuff. Where I grew up, you didn't have nearly like the race issues between people of color. You didn't have a big divide between Black and Hispanics where I grew up. You didn't have a big divide between Blacks and Asians where I grew up. Different. Get that in the LA, LA, San Francisco, New York, Northeast. I'll say even parts of Florida. You run into a whole lot more of that than you run into in other parts of the country. And where I grew up, I'm not saying that it's this utopia and that you didn't have race issues, but growing up definitely in the heart of the city, I didn't run into hardly any of this stuff that is the norm in all of these other places. And I think it gives me part of the way I see and deal with these things. Whereas a lot of, especially I'll say a lot of Black people in general that I've run into who are from these different cities, they have a lot of beef and animosity towards other people of color, whether that is Native Americans, whether that is, various different Asian groups or various different Hispanic groups, or immigrants in general. That's where a lot of theirs comes in. And they don't have so much racism directly with, say, white people, for instance. Or even I'll throw Jewish people in there as they've had frictions. But keep in mind, the demographics are different from state to state, city to city. And where I grew up, as I've told plenty of you guys before, and some of you people who are just running across this, just coming across our channel, where I grew up, I didn't grow up around virtually any Jewish people that I knew of. And racism that I faced did come from the white community, whether that was the so-called poor whites or whether that was, the more upper middle class whites to the wealthier white people. The racism came 9 times out of 10 from the white community. Now, I'm not saying that made all white people racist, but I'm just saying in the experiences where I came from, where that's different for other people. So all I can do is speak on the community which I grew up in and try to learn from other people's perspectives in the communities they grew up in. And Philly Yard Vibe says, "You are early today." Well, yeah, I'm trying to we're trying to figure it out, and we're gonna check out Teal's schedule and see how her schedule works, and we'll kind of settle down on a regular time. But we're trying this out for a while, and we're gonna kind of figure things out. So it's gonna be our regular shows are gonna be on Sundays now. Figured there's no football right now. Perfect time to make the switch, and then who knows? Football season comes back around, might have to switch that all up again. But that's where we're going with this. What was that? What did Jackie Chan die of? Eat too many arrows? Oh wow. I think Jackie Chan is still alive, but I mean, and even when the racism from Asians that I've heard out here, it's mostly stuff that I've heard. I haven't directly experienced it myself, so I don't know. It's just different, different vibe. Like I said, I've lived in California, probably about 8 years, I think, at this point. And I'm not a person who gets out a whole lot. I got here maybe a year and a half, 2 years before the pandemic. So the pandemic, mostly people were shut in. So I didn't spend a whole lot of time getting around to all these places. And so I'm pretty sure if I did roam around a whole lot more, maybe I would run into more of the stuff that people were talking about. But in the meantime, all I can do is listen to people's stories. So let me stop this one and hop into the next story. I saw something kind of interesting about California reparations bill and a lot of the pushback. And the kind of the funny thing about it, the video that I saw was it was a Hispanic lady who was the one who was calling out a Hispanic reporter who was calling out the Black Caucus of California, CBC, of them being the ones who basically kneecap the reparations bill. So if the Black community can't put the pressure on these people who are upholding something that a lot of people in the Black community are pushing on, can't get as mad at other people for not supporting it either. If we haven't settled these internal divisions and beefs first, so that has to be addressed and dealt with. The people in the Black Caucus, and these people need to face penalties for not staying on code, as they say. Thomas is in the building. What's up, Thomas? Let's see, what are you saying here? Thomas says, in Oklahoma, I've seen a minority of ethnocentric / prejudice types from the white, Native, Black, Asian, and Latino community, but always a minority. But much of that comes from white right wingers. Exactly. Thomas understands what I'm talking about, and I feel like I can kind of see more where Thomas comes from, because we're both I'm pretty sure, I think Thomas said he's lived a couple of places, but living in the Midwest or growing up in the Midwest, and it gives a different, I feel like it gives a different viewpoint to the rest of the country. And also, like, a lot of these other places that I've lived, like living on the East Coast or West Coast, they don't have very big Native American populations. A lot of them don't even run into Native American populations. So their interaction is different. Even the different Asian groups. Growing up in Kansas City, I don't remember having a Filipino population or a Korean population. It was mostly like Chinese, Vietnamese, Laos, and I think it does make a difference between which specific Asian communities, because the consensus I've even heard from even a lot of Koreans is that Koreans tend to be the most racist of the Asians. And then even from the different Hispanic groups, when you're dealing with the West Coast, first things that come to mind there is Mexicans or Central Americans in general. And when you're on the East Coast, it's a whole different ballgame. So, all that stuff factors in. Also, you got to factor in like Haitian communities and stuff like that, which are not as much of a factor, and Afro Latinos and stuff when you start talking about the East Coast, which is not as much of a factor on the West Coast. Um, Chris H says, what do I think about the Asian hate issue? A lot of people pin the blame on Black people and people Philip Scott and Tariq Nasheed said it wasn't true. What do you think? Um, from what I've heard, and even a lot of people I heard out here, where you run into more of the Black and Asian division is in the Bay Area. And I know you're in Canada, so I'm not sure how much you know about like the geography and the differences of the cities, but like the Bay Area is like 5-6 hours away. And I've been out here, for like 8 years, and I've never been up to the Bay Area, so I can't speak on the politics of the Bay Area as much. I just know that like down here, I just see a little bit different of a dynamic. Just like you have like I'll say, like, and I'm not trying to judge people or stereotype people in a certain way, but like the Indian community I've seen down here is more blue collar. Some of them are maybe owning restaurants or owning hotels or owning things like that, like small, not hotels, like motels. Like, I'm not saying that they're poor, but I'm not saying like they're the ultra rich. Whereas more of like the Indian population, once you get into the Bay Area, have to do with like Silicon Valley and tech, and it's kind of like the difference between like I can't remember what is it, the Brahmins and whichever other class. So you see a different type of, even within the Indian communities, which are out here, and the different Asian communities. So I mean, it's just a little bit different from city to city, and I think a lot of that Black and Asian hate crime stuff, it's people who spent time possibly living in the Bay Area or New York, where you run into more of that than anything. So I just think that that's when it focuses on your lived experiences and which cities you're from. And one thing that's kind of been a gripe of mine, I've noticed it when I've been in parts of Florida. I've noticed it when I've moved to, when I lived in, when I was in Great Lakes and I was going to Chicago and stuff a lot. And they assume that what's normal where they're from is how it is everywhere else. And it's like, you guys got to get out of that mentality, because that is not that's not the reality everybody else is living in. And by the way, if you guys see my audio get bad at any point, please let me know. Chris Sage says a lot of what they call Asian hate look like basic criminality activity. Some of it was petty. I'll say just the Hispanic population on the West Coast, because they knew. Hold on. Yeah, I guess on TikTok just. Okay, yeah, that video is a video that I'm going to show in a minute, which that has to do with the Nebraska stuff. I don't know why it just started on its own, but we'll get to that one when that time comes up. But what we're talking about said a lot of the Asian hate, basic criminality. Oh yeah, I was talking about some what some people in the Black community have told me out here, that some of the beef between Black and Hispanics out here, because a lot of the young gang members would take advantage of and rob Hispanics because they knew that they couldn't go to the police, because a lot of them had undocumented status. So they would take advantage of them in that way, knowing that plenty of Hispanics who did not have legal status were working under the table. And so they're working at a table. They know that they were getting cash, and they were a lot of robbing, that community, and that started some of the hatred from the Hispanic community into the Black community. At least out here, I would say Compton, Watts, Long Beach area, and just the LA Metro in general. And then it spread into, the prison, the back and forth hatred from the prison population. And as they get out of prison, that prison mentality of Black versus brown gets spread out here on the streets. Even though what I've seen is most of these communities are so intermingled, you're not going to have a Black person who doesn't have some Hispanic friends and vice versa. And so I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of weird because I look at all of the people who are being afflicted on the top end by the same people, and all going through the same thing, but they try to say, well, they don't understand my struggle. And it's kind of crazy that you're going through the same struggle. You just choose to think that yours is different or unique. And the only difference really is most of our history and struggle as far as Black people happened in this country, and theirs just happened in a different country. The Hispanic population went through enslavement. They went through, land being stolen. They went through names and culture and history being beat out of them. I mean, so it's the same thing. It's just people don't necessarily want to see it that way, and because there's a certain amount of self-centeredness that a lot of people have in general, that it's like, I can only focus on what I'm going through and I can't sympathize with others. That's what leads to that, what Thomas was talking about earlier about being ethnocentric, which is nothing wrong with, having pride in your community, your culture and all that, but it shouldn't come at the detriment of you having, animosity towards others. That's what I would say. And I think also, Chris H., I would say that some of that comes into not necessarily attacking just because those people are Asian. I think it also comes with those Asian groups that are being attacked. A lot of them are doing a little bit better financially. Not in all cases, but it breaks more into class than a race thing on some of these. Now, some of it is, going after Asians just in general. And I think that what happens with a lot of immigrant groups, their mindset on understanding the Black community in general who's already here is based off of, propaganda that's been put out through our racist media. And so it informs that racist mentality and stereotypes when they come into this country. So, that's just kind of, I don't know, my thoughts on all that since you brought it up. But yeah, that's how I see it. I'm noticing that big time in the U.S. there's too much self-centered thinking that is messing up understanding politics. The biggest problem with messing up politics in general for Americans is there's too much of looking at everything on the surface level and being one side or the other. And there's not a lot of nuanced thinking. That's what I would say. There's a lot of make a snap judgment, broad basing, grouping everybody as a whole into certain groups, and not enough judging things, individually, which we'll go into that a little bit later. Because there's definitely some stuff that that's going to tie into some stuff that I want to talk about. Which story did I want to start with? I guess I will go into that video, which decided that it wanted to show itself. Or no, I guess I'll read this article first. Um, let's see. So let me flip back over, make sure you guys can see this on the screen. Okay. The 10 states have America's worst economies in 2024. And of course, it's going to have some changeover into 2025, but this isn't too far off. And this was June 18th of 2024 that this was proposed. So was that like 8 months ago or so? It says fears of U.S. recession. So letting you know, this was being fair, that these fears were going on even under the Biden administration before Trump came in. So though I will put some blame on Trump for the trajectory in which I think see things going, there was already a weakness that went into the Biden administration, which you say into, Trump administration before that, which went into, Obama. And this is something that's kind of been going on easily since the 2008 crash. And you could even, I would say, if you really want to track back the genesis of when all of this stuff really started going downhill, you can go into, I want to say, the end of the Carter administration going into Reagan, where Reagan put this on hyperdrive and has put us on the trajectory which we are in today. So let me start with it. We're backing it up and coming to where we are right now. Key points. Recession fears have eased considerably in the U.S., but some states are not entirely out of the woods. Companies look closely at the state's economy when deciding whether to locate or expand there. CNBC's America's Top States for Business study considers economy among 10 categories of competitiveness. Now, keep in mind, we are talking about CNBC, so we do got to take some of the way they weigh this stuff with a grain of salt. But there is some there in this article. So fears of the U.S. recession have I've already read that kind of in a sense. Let's skip down. Companies that are making decisions about where to locate or expand their facilities are acutely aware of this. They know it is good business to locate in a state where the economy is growing and diverse. Fiscal policies are solid and real estate market is strong. This is why CNBC looks at the state economies and ranking America's top states for business. Economy is one of the 10 categories of competitiveness in the annual study. Each one weighted to reflect how frequently states use it as a sales pitch when courting companies. Under this year's methodology, economy accounts for 14% of the state's total score. You guys get all that, but let's hop down into the article. I see Game.Film is here. What's up, Game.Film? Good to see you. Corny just came out great. Nice. And I see my brother John is in the building. Vermont is number 10 on this list. And Vermont is on this list for some time. When you have a state that does not have a lot of exports, this one of their main ones, I believe, is honey, which honey can make you some money, but it's not going to make you that much money. That climate has an effect also. It's cold as hell up there. You're not getting a lot of people to move to cold as hell places. And so that's going to have effect against you. And there's not a lot of major industry there. So that's going to affect you. But let's get into what it says here. It says the fact that there is no major corporations headed in the Green Mountain State may track with Vermont's idyllic vibe, but it is not positive for the state's economy. Couple that with lackluster growth, some troubling pension obligations, and flat to you get an economy facing a climb. Republican vulnerable. A key to meeting all those goals is to attract more workers to the state's job. Last year did a tiny bit last year, but it is a small start. So they rated at D+. Now, let's keep in mind, even the worst American state is still doing better than most economies in other countries around the world, just because of our GDP level in this country is so high compared to other states. And I don't think people really actually think about the difference of how much of a gap it is in quality of life overall in a state compared to other countries. And now, when I say overall, I am not talking about that homeless person you see who is going through hell on earth. That's what I'm not talking about. I'm talking about overall the society as a general. If you take a person who's right in the middle, a middle-class person, and compare their life to even somebody who is compared their life to somebody who is middle class in some of these other countries, you will see a stark difference on how much better our middle class is compared to middle classes of, say, like Germany, for instance. Not attacking Germany, but I'm just saying. Now, this state has been in trouble for a while. Illinois. And Illinois has been in trouble for a while, and it has so many problems. Being that it is one of the most corrupt states that we have, New York is pretty corrupt, California is pretty corrupt, and I would say probably Illinois is like right behind them. Got Maryland, Baltimore, they're pretty corrupt. Pennsylvania. Okay, the Northeast as a whole is pretty corrupt. But outside of the Northeast, Illinois is making sure that it is right in there. John says, not my hellhole of a state. Yes, it's one of the worst. And I've even heard somebody talk about a lot of people from Chicago in particular have been moving to what is that? Nashville. I think it was Sabby who was covering it the other day, and she had Kit and another gentleman. I apologize for not remembering his name. I definitely recommend you guys check out that stream that she did with those two gentlemen. They broke down so much information, and I think his name was Jamal. I think it was Jamal. I don't remember his last name, but he was talking about Rahm Emanuel, which Rahm Emanuel, there's rumors that's a possibility he might try to run in 2028. So that's a whole nother conversation, but let's get back to it. It says, give the land of Lincoln some credit. It has seen nine credit ratings upgrade. Is that an earthquake? I don't know. In the past 3 years, according to Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, and all in the major ratings agencies have the state in their A categories for the first time in years. That is good news. The bad news is that Illinois still has the worst credit rating of the state of any state. The resulting high borrowing cost add to the state's many fiscal challenges, including the nation's lowest pension funding ratio and inadequate budget reserves. The Pew Charitable Trust figure Illinois could last state's rainy day fund and ending that is worse than any other state. It gets a D minus. And the problem with this is Illinois has that same balance all of state. Most of them had pensions for state workers. Well, what happens so what happened is they started borrowing pension funds. And so basically they're taking people's retirement funds to pave roads and build bridges and do all of this stuff. And that's why you keep hearing pension being an issue, because when they start cutting these taxes on business to supposedly spur growth and bring business in, it hits people. It hits people, on the pension side. And you're gonna hear this over and over and over. Also, it's not helping that Chicago is losing. Not Chicago. Well, I'll say Illinois is a state. The population is decreasing, and when your population decreases, your tax base decreases also. So if you tax, you can't continuously fund the state. So what that means is eventually you're going to run into a situation with cuts. Major cuts. Maine, I don't really have to go into too much on Maine. We'll skip past Maine, but Maine is in the same situation which Vermont is in. Yeah, same situation, but their situation is just a little bit more worse, and I think a lot of that has to do also with weather in Maine, because with power lines and things like that going down, there's more money that's going out to try to fix things. And so if you don't have a lot of money coming in and these storms and stuff are continuously getting worse, no matter if you claim that it's from climate or if you claim that it's from they're doing weather manipulations, the end result is the weather is getting worse and it is affecting these states, period. On to the next. Rhode Island. Goshen State has had a sea of pension issues. You guys see what I'm saying? You're going to keep hearing this off and off and on for decades. In 2011, when the state retiree benefit system was 50% funded and faced $7 billion in unfunded liabilities, then State Treasurer Gina Raimondo, now U.S. Commerce Secretary, championed reforms, including benefit cuts. The saved the state $2.75 billion state the state dealing with the state pension group has offered a range of options, including restoring all of or some of the cost of living adjustments the reforms did away with. See, the problem when you do this and you just, well, we're just going to cut those, we're just going to cut their pension benefits away. Well, now you have the elderly population, which can't go out to work, which is also being taxed like crazy, because in all of these states also fall in the list of worst places to retire, because they're not only taking your pension, they're coming after your Social Security, your if you have an IRA, Roth or whatever, they're coming after all that. So that is another problem which you run into in these states. But these are states which have been having this problem for quite some time. Where it's going to get interesting is when I start bringing up these states where, wait a minute, these states were fine. They weren't really having these problems. Kentucky. The housing market is sluggish in the Bluegrass State. Home values appreciated about 6% last year, according to the Federal Housing Finance Agency, slightly below the national average. Inventory, while still tight, is building, and homes for sale are sitting on the market longer. While the apparent slowdown could help with housing advocates say it's critical supply gap. And critical supply gap means you don't have enough people to buy these houses. The housing market is, in many ways, setting the tone for what some moribund Kentucky, I guess it's a play on morbid or whatever. While the economy did grow at a healthy pace last year, job growth and new business formations are low. So in the state's pension funding ratio, according to the Pew Charitable Trust. So their problem is their population, and Kentucky is one of those states that has an older than normal population, and a lot of the younger people who are growing up there are leaving for places with better opportunity. And so if you're not able to attract the younger population, to affect your state down the road, and that is what's happening in Kentucky. Kansas, my home state, which Kansas I know is going to be on this list because of some of the things which they did later on, which put them on this list. Kansas wasn't on this list that long ago. You go back, 12 years ago, Kansas was doing actually very well. But because of things which they've done of late, they're going to be on this list. And this is why, oh crap, I did not mean to do that. This is why I want to talk about the Kansas experiment, which we will go into shortly. So here, let me hop back over because I've been just looking at the article and haven't been on the chat in a minute. Um, let's see. I didn't think pensions existed for anyone but teachers. Well, what it is some of those pensions that they're talking about, John. I'll put this on the screen. Some of the pension stuff that they're talking about are older pension stuff, which some of it's went away, but they still owe these people pensions. And so maybe for a younger person getting into some of these government positions, they're not getting the pensions, but for people who the last groups of people before they phase it out in some of these other phases, they're still having to pay these other people, and that's what's getting them caught up. John said also, I took out in cash this year. This place is failing fast. I agree. I would definitely take that money, and I would also look at possibly, other options before the bottom falls out in a state like Chicago. I mean, in a state like Illinois. Granted, Chicago is always going to stay afloat to a degree because of the wealthier people. They're always going to make sure that the wealthy class is okay. But I don't know how much that's going to, I don't know how that's going to affect the people at the lower end of the spectrum. Sorry. Many majority white towns across the Midwest have low taxes. Many towns have nice main streets with businesses, but poor roads, pensions, and old houses. Half of each town has poor, struggling working class. Yeah, and the problem with that has, counties having more money than others, and so the amount of county that's brought in through taxation by the population makes a difference. For instance, like the county I grew up in, which here, I'll just start this and remind myself to go into this later. But yeah, that's a good point you brought up. Ooh, interesting. You said a lot of state and federal workers have pensions, but under Elon and Trump, it don't look good. LO. It's going to be a little sketch. That's all I'll say. It's definitely going to be sketch for a lot of these people coming soon. So let me hop back over to the article and continue. We left off with Kansas. Glen Eagle subdivision, Kansas. I know where that is. Housing inventory is extremely sparse in the Sunflower State, according to Redfin, with just one monthly supply on the market in May. But with slow price appreciation, the median sale price rose just 0.7% in the past year, which that's good. But on the other side of it, your equity is not flying up either, just like how people in California buy $1 million and then 10 years later, that house is worth $1.7 million. Well, you buy that house in Kansas City for $350,000. It might take you 20 years for it to go up to 400. Now that's exaggerating a little. 10 years for it to go up to 400. And that's the difference between, that little bit of a difference. Let me drop that off the screen. Home builders did not exactly rush to build there. The result is somewhat unbalanced market, and that has to do also some of the population to do with the Kansas experiment, which we will go into a little bit later. So the Kansas economy did turn in solid growth last year, the 10th best in the nation, but with no major corporations and no appreciable foreign investments, the Kansas economy is not exactly on fertile ground for the future. So yes, that does hurt not having a lot of major corporations, but it's a state which has built itself on agriculture for so many years. And since now the agricultural market is beginning hurt and corporate farmings are undercutting, smaller farmers, that's something that is being dealt with. Louisiana, it has its own list of problems. Pelican State has serious home equity problems with nearly 11% of homes underwater, meaning the owner owes more on the mortgage than the home is worth. That is the highest rate in the country, according to real estate data from Adam. Job growth is low, exacerbated by a decline in labor force participation, according to Louisiana State University study last year. Researchers found the same factors driving down participation nationally, like child care concerns and an aging population, school enrollment, but also they found that some Louisianans who left the workforce following Hurricane Katrina never returned. The hurricane which devastated New Orleans region struck 2005. Yes, when I lived in Jacksonville, we had a lot of people who were coming into Florida from Louisiana, and they've never recovered a lot of that population. If you go into places like the 7th, 8th, and 9th Ward, some of those houses still literally look like Katrina a month later. Like, it's ridiculous that like some of that stuff hasn't been cleared up. But that is a fact. I'm not going to go into New Hampshire too much because New Hampshire fits into the same places like Vermont and Maine. They've been dealing with this for a while. Hawaii gets hit in so many different ways. And so let's go into Hawaii. Everybody already knows about what happened with Lahaina, blessings, to those people out there. Heart goes out to those people still because they're still suffering. That right there is a photo. Electricians work on power lines in the aftermath of Maui fires in Lahaina, Hawaii, in 2023. The economic shock that hit the Aloha state over the past few years was set any state economy on its heels, and Hawaii was vulnerable to begin with, just as the state was recovering from the pandemic, which of course dealt a body blow to all important tourism industry, because that's honestly what keeps Hawaii afloat. Tourism. They don't have tourism, that state is in hell or high water. The August 2023 fires in Maui delivered the second part of devastating 1-2 punch. State forecasters predict tourism will be flat this year, both in terms of the number of visitors and the money they will spend. That ripples into the job market, cripples state finances, dampens economic growth in general. They do expect the numbers to start bouncing back again next year, as long as Mother Nature and the global economy cooperates, which that's a key part. The global economy, and with some of this Trump's tariffs and all this, it's definitely going to hurt the tourism, because if people are tightening up their belt and we go into a recession, there's not going to be a lot of people who are going on vacation to Hawaii. Also, Hawaii deals with the same problem which places like Puerto Rico, Guam have to deal with, which is the Jones Act. And I don't know if people have heard me talk about the Jones Act or not. The Jones Act is very, very rough on places that are not inside the continental U.S. because something has, like, say for instance, it's a product come from China. It has to go all the way past Hawaii, hit California, more than likely the port of Long Beach or something like that, and then be to Hawaii, and gets hit with an additional price. I don't know if you guys remember growing up, you see the magazines and you'd see, U.S. price, price Hawaii, price Canada, or whatever, stuff like that on the top of the magazine. Well, that's not only on magazines, that's on all their different stuff. And the wealthy over there, because of how much they bought up land and skyrocketed the prices of everything, the cost of living is made Hawaii, in dire straits. So that's why that state is struggling so much and is going to continue to struggle. Mississippi is going to be high on this list and is going to stay high on this list for multiple reasons. The Magnolia State economy is hardly thriving. Growth was among the slowest in the nation last year. Job growth was weak too. Underlying it all, the lowest labor force participation in the nation by far, at seasonally adjusted 53.8%, according to the Bureau Bureau of Labor Statistics. A lot of people on welfare there, just letting you know. A lot of them are Trump voters. And when they start cutting this stuff, you're going to see a state like this. It really hurt. Only about half of Mississippi's working age population is working or seeking a job. That alone is bound to be a drag on the economy. Combine that with record low unemployment, and it spells worker shortages that are paralyzing the state. Last month, Republican Governor Tate Reeves held the latest job numbers. Our economy is firing on all cylinders, he proclaimed, noting that there are more jobs in Mississippi than ever. That may be technically correct, but it is some creative spin, leaving out, for example, the Mississippi job growth continues to rank among the lowest in the nation. There is a glimmer of positive news, according to the latest economic outlook published by Mississippi's University Research Center. Forecasters no longer expect a recession this year, and they have raised their 2024 growth forecast in past due to more immigration than expected, easing labor shortages. But they say the growth will come at the expenses of 2025, 2026, suggesting that Mississippi may remain the state with America's worst economy. Did you hear that last part there? And they've raised their 2024 growth forecast in part due to more immigration. Now, this is one of the states that voted for Trump in overwhelming numbers and wanting immigrants out. A lot of their worker population who are not working are, they'll tell you, oh, it's because the immigrants are taking our jobs. Okay, let's see you go out there and do that same job for the amount that they pay the undocumented. Let's see it, because you already know in Mississippi, they're not about to raise the wages. But I went through this top 10 just to kind of give us a little sense of what's going on, show why certain states are doing bad. And if it's certain things that are already kind of baked into the cake that make it tough to get out of, like for instance, Mississippi has been worse and been the worst state since slavery ended because they were the richest and they depended on free labor. Once that free labor went away, the state went virtually bankrupt. And because they have been so focused on having an economy built on agriculture, they have never recovered from that. They don't try to really bring in as many jobs. And also you factor in, there's a lot of corruption that goes on. I don't know if you guys remember the whole Brett Favre thing that happened not that long ago. So that's an issue. Hawaii, the ultra rich are coming in there. Then they have, Jones Act. They have the Lahaina fires that happen. So they have a lot of things that are going on, which put them in that situation. New Hampshire, I peg a lot of that on low population and weather. And I'm going through this for a reason, so that we can see the outliers in this list and go into a case study that I want to talk about a little bit. Louisiana, they fall into some of the same problems as the Mississippi, but they have tried to improve their situation. They've just dealt with crime. They've dealt with Hurricane Katrina. They've dealt with a lot of different things that have affected the state. And I would say tax policy too. Kansas, the reason why Kansas is on this list is because of policy decisions. Policy decisions is what did this, and recent policy decisions. So this is an outlier. This is why we're going to go into the Kansas experiment. Kentucky, you're dealing with population issues and stuff like that, which some of that is a little bit out of politicians' control. Rhode Island, some of this has to do with politicians, definitely, by them cutting into the pensions and things like that. What all these states have in common, Maine, also Illinois, a lot of this has to do with cutting taxes. And I wanted to go into this whole cutting taxes things because this is a big issue, because this is what Republicans are big on. This is what they base their whole belief system in building economies on that. I see Hamza's in the building. What's up, Hamza? John says, every time I go visit my sister in NOLA, those people still have Katrina PTSD. Oh, I bet they do. I mean, I went years after, and the state it's in some trouble. That said, it looks like Teal is here and about to start. So, when you are ready, give me a thumbs up, and I will bring you. I'll bring you in, Teal. Oh, never mind. I think she told me she's here. Okay. Oh, well, she disappeared real quick. Well, when she comes back, I will bring her onto the stage. But in the meantime, I'll go ahead and throw this video up. And the one that tried to start going a little early. Oh, hold on, let me back up. There we go. Add Teal to the stage. Hey, Teal.
Hey y'all. Sorry, I'm driving through torrential rains and bridges are shut down right now in Virginia because we're getting whatever leftover hurricane. So I'm still trying to make it to the crib. So y'all will see my face in a little bit, but I just wanted to hop in since I'm stuck in traffic.
Oh yeah, it's all good. We understand how that goes. I don't know how much of you heard, but I kind of went through explaining some of the different states that are worst off, and wanted to hop into the outliers so we can kind of. So because I've been focusing on this Trump tax cut, which is going on.
Man,
and so
you got to play a video for us?
Huh? Oh, what was that?
Are you going to play a video for us just to give us some info, or can we go ahead and talk about it?
Oh no, I got a couple more that I will show. That way, it'll give you time to be able to get home and everything's safe.
Okay. Bet.
This girl, woman. This woman here was because I've seen on TikTok a lot of people been talking about Nebraska. Well, Nebraska is doing what Kansas did not that long ago. And what Nebraska is doing, what Kansas did, is what Trump is trying to do. Well, I'm not going to say Trump. I'm going to say Republicans as a whole, what they've always been trying to do. So without blabbing too much more, let me hop into this video because I thought she did a really good job. That's why I wanted to share her video.
Who is our current governor, in 2023 shoved through a tax cut to the wealthy and the corporations in the state of Nebraska, which is now leading to a significant revenue shortfall for the state, $433 million annually. But let's talk about the little bit of history on Pillen. So Pete Ricketts was the previous governor. He's now our state senator. But Pete Ricketts is a billionaire. His brother owns Ameritrade, also a billionaire. So a billionaire family with lots of money to run campaigns. And that's why he was so successful. But then he endorsed Pillen and sent money to Pillen's campaign. But Pillen's also wealthy. So what they did with this tax cut was they said they could make up the shortfalls from it using the C-19 money that was given to the state, which they did for a couple of years, but now that's gone. And so now the state is facing shortages, 433 million to be exact annually. The average person in Nebraska only makes $74,000, so an individual only makes about half of that. It is not a very high salary game here. And therefore, we're not going to make up that shortfall in our salary income taxes. So what they're doing is they're trying to up our property values. So to give you an example, I'll use my own home. I bought the home in 2017. It's a very small home, 1,000 square feet. It had $1,400 annually for taxes for the property. And now it has $2,800. So that means that they've doubled our property values taxation, which has led to a lot of Nebraskans being very unhappy. But why don't Democrats be more successful here? Well, the issue is they don't have the money for the campaigns. So the ads are in our face constantly. And rural people don't quite understand what they're voting for because just like our current president, it's full of lies and twisted information. And they usually attack the other side. They find even the smallest little thing and capitalize on it and say the other person's bad for this reason. But what is also a problem is that we can't retain people after they graduate from college. There's not a significant salary level to keep them in the state, so they leave and go elsewhere. We're not keeping them around, and that shortfall is just getting worse and worse because it's an aging population. So those of us that stay here for the most part are older, or they're young people with no money that can't leave the state. So that shortage is going to just keep getting worse and worse. They have promised tax cuts to the property values, but they have yet done anything. They've said it for 3 years now, and they still haven't done anything about it. So that $3 billion tax cut to the corporations and the wealthy is the same playbook that our president wants to do. So our nation's going to be facing the same kind of shortfall. And this means that they have to cut programs to the poor and the weak and the sick and the old. And that's what's happening in Nebraska. And we have that to look forward to at the national level. But that's why Nebraska's going broke.
Yes. So that I wanted to show that going down and hammering this point in more and more and more. I like what this Thomas said, rather rain, snow, or hurricanes, voodoo shows up.
You know it. I just don't do tornadoes. That's it. And that's what Bama and Mississippi got hit with all weekend. So as long as it's not a tornado.
I think what was it, Texas too?
Texas too. Parts of Texas, like the Houston area, right in that Gulf little pocket. Yeah, they got knocked over. They got knocked off pretty bad. But I'm glad that somebody is breaking this down because I've been trying to explain this to people. What I like to call is people with a broke mindset. You already know what that means. Yep. And of course, they are the ones that's like, hell yeah, I don't got to pay taxes. And I get to take my whole check home and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, but you understand about the balloon effect of it? And they don't understand what I mean or what that even means when I say that to them. And I'm just like, yeah, you may be happy that your net and your gross is about to be even, but like that's going to trickle down on other people and other things. Like, but your tax dollars are still going to go somewhere, i.e. the same way that y'all gripe about, oh, well, my tax dollars are going to your food stamps and da 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 da. Well, be surprised because a lot more people going to need them.
Yep. Well, that's the reason why I wanted to do it this way, and the reason why I started off going through the 10 worst states is so I can show the different there's different dynamics that are affecting each different state, and people like to just think well, I just want my taxes lower, and they don't realize, okay, your state may be able to do that. Like for instance, a state like Florida, for instance, Florida can depend a certain amount on tourism. Florida makes a whole lot from tourism. But you take a state like Nebraska ain't making no money off of tourism. And so if what's struggling in their area is not doing well, they can't afford to we're just gonna go without taxes. They can't do that.
No.
Texas can do that because they got oil revenue that comes in. I mean, and a lot of oil revenue. So you have to factor all of this stuff in. I like what Thomas says here. He says a lot of trigger parts across the heartland, more than ever in Nebraska. Trickle-down economics is a shame, but most people don't realize it. They're on an ideological trip. And what happens in those Midwest cities in particular, and I'll say Midwest to even I'll even throw in like the Kentuckys and Tennessees and all that.
Anything that's landlocked, to be honest, anything that's really landlocked doesn't really have something that they can bank off of. Y'all be surprised. The states that are on the coast, they thrive to make this country work. The ports, the outside money. Because I mean, you're not getting nothing in Kentucky that you can get in. You can't get shrimp and crab in Kentucky and Tennessee like y'all want to.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all getting mud bugs out the Mississippi, maybe, but you're not seeing port stuff, or you know what I'm saying? You don't see that. Virginia does. We got the ports out here. We are outsourcing a lot of things. What the hell we want from Kentucky? I didn't even know if you think about a state like Nebraska or something like that, you really got to think hard. Like, what do y'all produce to be worth a damn in the country?
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know. Yeah, a lot of people don't know even what these states produce.
Yes.
And like literally Kentucky literally exports grass. That's literally something that they export, grass, like sod. But like the point that you were going into talking about like Virginia, for instance, and I like that the point that you brought up about landlocked. When you're landlocked, most of the stuff, most of these different goods and stuff have to be received at a port and put on a truck. That's additional costs that have to come to you. When you're landlocked, you don't have the ability to get these goods directly from China. You know, that has to, or from Europe or from wherever. That stuff has to be brought into you. And those are additional costs. I mean,
like a lot of people don't know that because of how much rice was the price of rice went up drastically after COVID when all those fucking containers were sitting out in the middle of nowhere, to the point that Kentucky Kentucky now has rice paddies. Most people don't know that. Some of y'all are getting rice out of Kentucky. Seriously. Because it's a bog state. They can pretty much recreate a rice paddy in Kentucky. So that right there lets you know it got so expensive for us just to bring rice into the country that country people in Kentucky were like, we got to figure this out.
And what you get mostly from these landlocked states or a heartland in some sense is you're getting a lot of your wheat, your barley, your corn, all that stuff like that. Well, with more factory farms coming into play, it's pushing out these mom and pop farmers. And so when it starts pushing them out, the market is more monopolized into corporate hands. And so all of these people who've been working these farms, you have more of these people losing their farms. And a lot of farmers are literally the most subsidized people. When they talk about welfare queens, and a lot of them hate on these people on welfare and all that. A lot of them are getting subsidies. There's a lot of times when their crops go down and things like that, where in order for us to keep this whole county from collapsing, we have to subsidize these farmers and stuff. And so that's the reason, and that'll roll me into the next point, the Kansas experiment. And the reason why I feel it's so important to understand the Kansas experiment, because then it will give you an understanding on a micro level of what these Republican tax cuts eventually do to the nation as a whole. Now, the nation as a whole, different from the states, is they could just print a whole bunch of stuff and use the military to be like, oh, well, you still have to deal with us. No, even though we don't pay our bills. But let me pull
how
up
far
this.
have y'all got? I just want to throw out, how far has any real American gotten when they don't pay their bills?
Exactly.
I'll wait. You know what I'm saying? I'll wait. You know what I'm like? Come on now. Y'all know better than that.
And I found this one kid, not to call him a kid, he looks pretty young, but he did a great job breaking this down. And then I have one other video after that. And this is people in Kansas, various different parts of Kansas, which are giving you their opinions on it. Well, so they had to experience it, live through it. They're the ones who were affected by it. And a lot of these Trump people, because they've been told this is in the short term, they're not gonna do too much bitching and moaning about what's happened to them at first. It's gonna get to a certain point when that pain threshold, and they have a hard time not being honest about how bad the shit is really when they start losing farms and shit like that. But did you have anything you want to say before I started?
No, go ahead, because we on a good topic. You know I love talking about food in our country, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, all this ties into definitely. But here we go.
Pays and where does the money go? Here's everything you need to know about the Kansas budget crisis. Kansas runs on over $15 billion a year. $4 billion comes from the federal government, $5 billion from things like college tuition, lottery tickets, and fuel tax. Then there's over $6 billion raised and spent by the state general fund. This is the main budget. It's the money the governor and legislature have discretion over. Let's take a closer look. Here's the general fund over.
I wanted to pause that real quick because one thing that he said in there, which I hope it doesn't skip over people's head, 26% of the budget is federal. Where do you think that money is going to? To the farmers mostly. I just wanted to put that out there. A certain amount goes towards welfare, a couple of things like that, but a big chunk of that is going towards subsidizing our farmers.
25 years. The green line is revenue, the black line is expense, and the bottom bar shows our ending balance each year. In 2001, you see how a small economic recession diminished revenue and depleted the ending balance. Kansas rebounded before being hit by the Great Recession in 2008. Kansas was experiencing an excellent recovery from the Great Recession. Then 2013 hit. What happened? Revenue plummeted and the ending balance is gone. It looks identical to a recession, but it isn't. Tax is a progressive tax, meaning that it's supposed to put the burden on the rich. Meaning predominantly puts the burden on the poor. Here you see the revenue sources of the state general fund. And now we can get a better idea of what happened in 2013. Revenue from income taxes dropped nearly $1 billion per year. It wasn't an accident. It's called the Kansas experiment, and it's defined by two features. One is a large income tax break. The other is called the shot of adrenaline. It was an idea that if businesses, specifically limited liability companies, were completely tax exempt, that they would create unprecedented job growth. But the reality was actually job growth declining. State that charges the full rate on food, and now it's the highest tax in the state. I can't tell you what fairness is. That's between you and your faith. But I can tell you that over the last several years, Kansas has been doing a massive redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. Here's what that looks like. This is how much of your entire income goes to state and local taxes. The Kansas experiment tax shift meant the poor pay more and the rich pay less. Everything the middle class gained in income tax breaks, it lost in sales tax increases. The difference between rich and poor went from roughly 3% to 6%, making Kansas one of the most regressive tax systems in the nation. It wasn't always this way. Kansas once led the nation in progressive economics. In 1933, they formed a state income tax with a top tax bracket for income over $250,000 a year. Brackets are set at a dollar amount, so they shrink over time with inflation. In 77, you see the top bracket again was above 200,000, but in 88, it collapsed to two brackets, a policy quickly abandoned until it returned in the 2013 Kansas experiment. Today, there are two brackets, one for families near or in poverty and the other for everyone else. So what does Kansas do with tax revenue anyway? Here's the general expenses. About 4% for general government, 6% for public safety, 27% for human services like the Department of Health, 12% for higher education, and like every single state, most of our tax dollars go to K through 12 education. If you're wondering where transportation is, remember it's over here in the all funds under other, because the Kansas Department of Transportation is mostly funded by restricted revenue like fuel tax. There isn't a perfect way to talk about education funding because depending who's reporting the number, it changes. There's a sort of budget report gamesmanship that's created a rhetorical paradox. The governor has said education funding is at record levels, and that's technically true. However, that's because they changed what they consider education. Looking at state aid per pupil, we get a different truth.
one of education funds diminishing, and now the Supreme Court of Kansas has ruled the state is unconstitutionally underfunding schools.
When you pierce through the smoke and mirrors of the Kansas budget, you find some things that no one talks about, namely the massive amount of debt we're in.
States must balance budgets, but they can still go into debt. It's healthy when it's used for infrastructure, but recently the states used highway bonds like credit cards to mask the Kansas experiment. This is the interest on that debt. In 1992, CAPERS, the state's fully funded, but the state started skimping on its payments, building up huge sums of unfunded pension liabilities.
Let's go back to revenue versus expense and add the 2017 and 2018 estimates. Deficits go budget year 2017, which ends June 3rd, there's a deficit around $840 million. They plugged it by taking $260 million from the highway fund, over $100 million from other programs and funds, continued to delay $115 million into CAPERS from last year, didn't even pay this year's fourth quarter of CAPERS, didn't pay $75 million into K-12 education, and took 75% of the money in the pooled money investment fund. All of this in 2017 extended the state's long-term obligations by another $500 million. Budget year 2018, which begins July 1st, has a near $1 billion deficit to start. And once we add in the $150 million plus needed to constitutionally fund K-12 education, the deficit is over $1 billion. In 2018, the governor plans the same taking of highway funds, even more delays to paying CAPERS, and finishing off the pooled money investment fund. And even after all that, there'd still be a $300 to $400 million deficit in 2018. After exhausting the pooled money fund, the state has no more assets that can be easily turned into cash, meaning the behavior of the last few years is literally impossible to continue. The state is likely at the most financially unstable point since the Great Depression, and even a minor recession could be devastating, which leads Kansas to this reality. It's not a question of if Kansas needs revenue, it's a question of who will pay. There are two options: continue taxing the poor through increases in sales tax, fees, and utility rates, or end the Kansas experiment tax breaks. An all-out repeal would raise $1 billion, which is just shy of covering the deficit. This year, a bill covering half the deficit passed, but was vetoed by the governor and then fell just 3 Senate votes shy of override. The legislature is discussing plans that would only cover 35 to 55% of the deficit and mostly rely on the same highway sweeps and CAPERS delays. Essentially, every dollar Kansas doesn't raise today, it will have to raise $2 in the future. This all gets worse next budget year because most of the delayed payments and debts are scheduled to start in 2019, right after the governor leaves. In just a few short years, Kansas went from a near $1 billion surplus to a yearly $1 billion deficit. They shifted the tax burden onto the poor, exhausted emergency revenue sources, and accumulated a massive amount of debt, and now must claw its way out of this hole. Be sure to contact your state representative and senator to let them know your thoughts. Congratulations, you probably now know more about Kansas finances than your legislators. I'm in a debt, pun intended.
Now, let me stop screen. Now, keep in mind, this video was from like 2017. That process continued on and booted the governor out of office.
God damn.
Yes.
Sorry.
So, it ended up doing is it got to a point. Now, keep in mind, Kansas at that time had a Republican governor, a Republican majority in the House, a Republican majority in the Senate. Sounds familiar? Yeah, that's the same thing Trump is now. The Republican Senate, the House and Senate end up vetoing the governor, saying, yo, we can't keep doing this. This is not sustainable. we can't keep doing this. And as the state went towards bankruptcy, which that lady is telling you about is happening in Nebraska, if they carry on that same route, Nebraska, you will see on that top 10, worst states list in no time. Because Kansas went from being probably in the top 15, 20 in best states as far as business and all that, to in the bottom 10 in an instant. Now, we're talking about a state which has, at this point now, I think the budget is higher. It's somewhere around closer to 20 billion a year. Now, that's a mid-sized state, which has a couple of mid-sized cities to the rest being very small cities. Extrapolate that out to a much larger state, or you do that to some of these other states. This is the situation you see that you have in many of states are doing this. This is why Illinois isn't the problem it's in, because they're doing the same exact thing. Now, they're not doing it to the extreme that Kansas has been doing it, and Illinois has enough billionaires to kind of help fund some things here and there, and they have, they have investments that they're able to make, and they have other ways they're able to generate money in a way where a Kansas can't do it. But when you have a smaller state that doesn't bring in the type of money some of these larger areas do, when they try to run these same policies, it collapses a government over time. Now, this goes into let me pull up what some of the people, and keep in mind, most of these people you're going to see are going to be Republicans. I guarantee you. Out of most of the people that'll be on this video that I'll show you, a majority of them voted for Trump.
And before you play that, I just want to throw out the idea of the sentence of saying, this state is going to go bankrupt. Yes. You know how wild that sentence is. A state, not a bank, not a business, not the Kmart in your city that hasn't had no, not the Roses that you grew up knowing, not Quizno. No, a state, an entire state. How do states go bankrupt, y'all? That doesn't even fucking make sense. You just gonna shut down the whole state? Like, that's insane to have to say.
And I know people will think, oh, well, Kansas. No, nobody lives in Kansas. Oh, shoot. I guess we lost Teal. Dang it. Should probably hop back in a second. But we're talking about Kansas is still a state with probably about easily a good couple, easily 4, 5, 6 million people. Oh, shoot. It's not letting me. Oh, that's why I got to unclick that. There we go. Now I can bring it back on.
Sorry, y'all.
Oh, there we go. Yo, Cuzzo was in the building. Perfect timing.
You man.
So, show y'all this other one. This is like years later, because that first video I showed y'all was about 2017. This one is, I want to say this was maybe 2 years old, 3 years old. So this is after Brownback was out of office. So this one is from the Kansas City Star, our local newspaper, their channel. But here, check this out.
I think everybody knew that Brownback screwed up when he did this deal in the beginning, because where were they going to get the tax dollars? And it just showed up that he took it from transportation, he took it from education, took it from Medicaid, took it from capers. He's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Didn't work.
I was one of the recipients of the tax cut of Brownback, and it's not fair. It's never been fair. There are people in this county making millions of dollars a year that have not been paying any state income tax.
They say Kansas was laughable.
I wanted to hold that for a second, because and my cousin who's in the chat, Ladarius, tell them Olathe is not no Democrats.
No.
These are the upper class, this is the suburbs of Kansas City, Kansas. These are the median income is like $120,000 or something like that. It's like crazy. I mean, Johnson County is if you look in the top 25, or I think for many years it was in the top 25 best places to live. Low crime rates, low cost of living, high wages. A lot of these people are college graduates, but some of them kind of have a farming background. But these would be like the Mitt Romney type Republicans. But they still kind of lean a little bit culturally to the right. But these are definitely not no liberals that you were seeing in Olathe. And as you start getting further away from Kansas City, I'll say Kansas City, Wichita, the more red that this state gets. Just letting y'all know that. So y'all don't think, oh, well, they must have found the liberal there. No, this is any random person in Kansas. This is how they felt about it.
I mean, if you get out onto the West Coast and stuff like that, these people that grew up in Kansas say, what is going on back there? It's a joke. I think it was time. I think it was time to do it. We were supportive of his tax plan initially, but when the growth didn't happen, and it didn't happen.
I had thought maybe it would bring more businesses into the state, but there's other things involved in bringing businesses relocating to Kansas other than just taxes.
We were always in a crisis. There's not enough money for schools. There's not enough money for this. We don't give raises to state employees. We take money from capers. We take money from the highway fund. We take money from all these places to try to balance things out. But that wasn't good. As a small business person, you got a tax break, and it was meant to go out and hire people to work for you. And what you did with it, it amounted to $4,000 or $5,000 a year. Well, you can't hire anybody for that. So what you would do is just put it in your pocket.
I know that there are some legislators that went outside perhaps their comfort zone when they made the decision to vote for this override. Okay. And I personally would say thank you to them, at least for the next couple of years. We know when they say this is what you're going to get for your budget, we know we're not going to have to be looking over our shoulder and wondering if there's going to be cuts that have to be made.
It's such a small community that I don't think that there's going to be that big of an impact one way or another.
Business owner, yes, I'm sorry to see it go. And married to a farmer, that doesn't help the situation at all. The tax incentives, every business needs every bit of them. Hey, Tracy. And you take those away from businesses and businesses will close. It's trickle down effect.
I didn't think they'd really work, but I was willing to give it a try. I think they should have repealed it a couple of years ago before it got too bad.
His experiment for the taxes cut, it did not work for the lower class. It only benefited the middle class. It messed up CanCare. It messed up Medicare. It messed up all the programs that was funded for us as lower income. He didn't think about us when he did that. He was trying to do an experiment, and this experiment didn't work.
Yeah. So, and that last guy, he probably is more of a more liberal minded, but.
But you saw how quickly it talked about, like, and I just said it, like, your tax dollars go to food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, crisis programs, things that help people stay afloat. And once those taxes are taken away, that wipes out all that extra money. And people keep thinking like, oh, it's gonna bring in my check, but it don't matter. That's just more money you're gonna put into the beast when you go shopping. That's more money you're gonna give to Bezos when you want Amazon. That's more money, especially with the Black community. Because if you read anything that Marcus Garvey ever wrote, he talks about how we constantly buy into other cultures. We never keep that shit at home. And so you're going to throw out this extra money that you think you got, okay, that you're so happy about having, but watch your light bill go up.
Yep.
Watch the cost of your water go up. Watch your natural gas go up. And because they sneaky, they're gonna do it in small increments. So you're not really gonna pay attention. You really gonna think that you're using that little bit of extra, but you're not. You're using the same amount that you used before. It just costs more now. So in all, you probably were better off having those taxes out of your check, because at least you can account for it. Now there's no way that you can take a piece of paper or your pay stub to see how much it is.
Yep.
You're not gonna be able to. Go ahead.
And when you're talking about the food, Kansas food prices, like when you're going to the store, it's actually cheaper than a lot of other states. But Kansas is one of the few states that pay full taxes on your food. So you're paying like 7%, 8% tax on everything you're buying from the grocery store. Now, if other states had to do that, like for instance, when I lived in Florida, the cost of groceries like it evened out to around the same price, because that's how much more expensive groceries are in Florida than they were living in Kansas. But you're just getting hit with that tax. And the same thing with Missouri and a lot of those other states there. So, yeah, I'm sorry to hop in, but yeah, back to you.
No, you're absolutely. Thank you for saying that, because I was going to bring that point up next. Is the taxes on your food? I lived in Colorado, Vegas, and Virginia. Vegas, you don't have those taxes. Colorado don't got sales tax. They just got state tax and federal tax. You know what I'm saying? So you go to Vegas, you see an Arizona tea for 99 cents. You paying 99 cents. They're going to give you your penny back. You know, that's Vegas. You go to Colorado, get that same Arizona tea. There's a state tax that they put up there. You paying $125. Okay, cool. You come here to Virginia, we have a food sales tax on top of state tax.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, we get double hit. Now the other thing is, let's talk about, y'all know I like to smoke my weed. Let's talk about cannabis. So cannabis, you can buy cannabis in the state of Colorado. They should not be charging tax on it because it's not federally legal. So they really shouldn't be making no money off it, but they still do. Colorado gives you a double state tax because they make you pay the state cannabis federation or whatever for the cannabis cops on top of state tax. Colorado don't do that. I mean, Vegas don't do that. Nevada don't do that because they don't have state tax. But you paying a tax on it regardless. Who knows where that money is going to? Okay. In the state of Virginia, you're paying a state tax and a sales tax on weed. What? But y'all griping about, y'all so hype about them getting rid of federal tax? Okay, well then your state tax is going to go up, which means your property tax is going to go up, food tax, anything. You sneeze wrong, they might have a sneeze tax by the end of this.
Yeah, because that and that's good that you brought up about the federal part, because Trump is talking about trying to get rid of federal tax under 150,000, and I don't know how you're trying to give this tax cut to basically people on the top end of the spectrum, and you're going to cut 150 taxes for people under 150,000 also. If you do that, what's the, like, I heard somebody say, well, they can afford to just do that because, the government can just money has to come from somewhere. If they're just cutting all these taxes and then they're just giving back all this money, how does anything get paid for? You have to start borrowing it. So what, are we asking for Congress to just continuously keep just piling more and more onto the debt credit card? Because that's what you're going to do. Instead of 36 trillion or whatever, you're going to be looking at 50 trillion, 60 trillion. And then at what point are the people or the countries that we owe this money to going to start asking for it? Because just like you and I, if our bills go up to a certain point, our credit card bills or whatever, and we're not paying on the principal, we're not paying towards the interest, at some point, we're going to get cut off. We can't keep borrowing this money. Once we can't borrow this money anymore, then what do we do? How do we keep funding these things with no money? And that's why you just can't be like, oh, well, the government could just pay whatever. It don't work that way. Money has to come from somewhere.
It's credit, man. You know how we do our name. We just be throwing out our name, bro. It's all credit.
Because if you think about who owns a lot of our debt?
Oh, China.
China. Now, what are we
China
right now?
Shit, are any like 62, 72 trill?
Aren't we literally trying to have a trade war with China right now?
Yeah, and them niggas put a tariff on us. Like we can afford that. That's like,
So
bro, that's like you already owe the club you owe the casino some money. And they see you trying to come through the door and they're like, hey, bro, go on, wrap that up. We don't even want y'all in here today. Okay. But you talk to this one particular bouncer and you're like, bro, just let me in, bro. They like, nah, bro, you got to pay extra $20 to get in, bro. Nah, fuck you. That's exactly what we're doing right now. We done told the bouncer, fuck you.
yeah,
Take this $20 and let me in. He's like, no, it's 40.
yeah,
That's where we're at.
we're literally telling our creditor, like, I want to go to war with you. The person who was giving us the bank loans, we're telling the bank, nah, fuck you. And I'm not saying we should be kissing nobody's ass as a country. I'm not even being on this pro-American, anti-China. I'm not being on all that. Just out of sense, if you know your finances are not in line and you are borrowing money, then why are you trying to attack the person you're borrowing money from, who was basically like, yeah, I'll keep loaning you money. I'll keep loaning it to you. It logically,
because we have a complex.
Yeah, it does not make sense. So that's where I am with this. And when you keep expounding this out, because and that's why I broke down that one thing, which I'm probably going to do more of these, so I can explain out what these aspects of the government do. Because people are like so happy to see these federal workers get fired, and I'm like, that's like being happy the person who delivers your mail got fired. I mean, you really think that person is the problem in society? Like that's where the waste and everything is, that post office worker? That's not where the waste is. You're griping who you're really mad at is politicians, and you firing random ass government workers is not the politicians. I mean, we have state parks which are being shut down. Now they've hired back people now once they realize, oh shit, when I fired this federal park stuff, that's actually the people who keep the parks open. And that's what I was bringing up about this whole Elon and Doge shit. They don't know what the hell they're doing at all. They have no clue what they're doing. And when he's trying to go after people who are regulating him and just taking out whole entire agencies, well, what about all these people who don't have anything to do with regulating you? Now you're just messing up other shit. And that's what it is, And the last thing I'll say, and the reason why I brought up the whole thing with the different states, why I brought up about Nebraska, what's happening there, because that's happening in all these areas which are Republican run. This is their idea on taxes: just cut tax cuts. It's going to do everything. And you saw what happened with Kansas. It's the same thing that Trump is trying to do. And if he's able to fully get it implemented, and let's say, I don't care which Republican follows him, another Republican follows him and does the same shit, you're just marching yourself deeper and deeper in debt. And at some point, you got to deal with this. You can't push this off to another year or another situation. You got to pay for this. And I don't know how long, American, because the dollar is the reserve currency, or because our military bullies everything, how long that's going to work. Because in a sense, Republicans are kind of working off of MMT, just like people on the left were trying to push. They're just doing it in a different way. But it's still modern monetary theory. And the only way modern monetary theory stands up is because you have a big stick and you can force people to ignore your debt. The moment you can't force people to ignore your debt, everything collapses. But sorry, I'm off my soapbox too. Let's see. So let me delete this. Oh, there you go.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm off my soapbox now. So I'm getting
No,
ready
you
to.
speaking facts though. You speaking facts. I just walked in the door, so I'm trying to get on my iPad real quick so I can
Okay, cool.
really get it in with you. But you're absolutely right because people it be these Republicans that don't really know what they voting for because they haven't been in a financial crisis in a minute.
Yeah, well,
You
what
know what I
it is
mean?
also is they've been so subsidized for so long that they've been thinking that all this government waste, fraud, abuse is somewhere else. No, it's you. It's like walking into a room like, it's stinking here. Motherfucker, it's you. You the one who stink. Quit thinking it's everybody else. And this is the problem. A lot of these red states, like it showed for Kansas, 26% of the budget comes from federal funding. That federal funding is paid for by the high taxes and stuff that come out of California, that come out of New York, that come from the oil reserves out of Texas, that comes from the entertainment industry out of Las Vegas. You know, that's what it's a handful of places. Silicon Valley, they're the ones who are paying the West Virginia, the Alabamas, the Louisianas, the South Carolinas. They're funding a lot of your budget. In all of these states, on average, the federal amount, just look it up if you don't believe me. Look at how much federal money goes in to prop these states up.
Please do. Because I'm and then think about that when you're driving on them bum ass roads in your city.
Mm-hmm. And then when you talk about, because here's the thing. If you ever think a tax cut, here, I'll drop this one off and bring you in. Boom. There we go. We got you on the screen.
There we go.
Hopefully I can get my camera working. But
Sorry, I gotta exit out my phone. There we go.
okay. Well, when I get that one done, then when I get it's my signal that's messing me up, and it's just easier. I don't drop out if I stay off camera. So that's why I'm just keeping the camera off. But that's what it is. And so I see Yonina's in the building. But I had what else was it that I wanted to bring up? Because I brought up the postmortem on that because I really wanted to go in. And so now when we start going through this stuff, we can really just go on ahead and nerd out for a minute and deep dive. So I don't want it to be like a little quick boom. We just talk about it for a second like everybody else do. We're gonna really start digging into this stuff and breaking it down and discussing it. And I felt we kind of gotten away from those deep dives and we'll bring them back. So hopefully y'all will rock with us while we try to do that. Now, what was the next thing we want to go to? Oh yeah, let's see. So and I want to hear your input because I've talked enough about my viewpoints on how that taxation stuff works. But what are your thoughts on all this this Trump's tax cut stuff? Oh shoot! Hold on. Let's get it better. I'm still going in and out. Yonina, I'm still going in and out. Kansas has a biosafety level 4 lab that holds things like Ebola. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Got all kind of stuff there. They got nukes in Kansas. That's one of the I remember seeing the Minute Maid silos, which they had pointed literally at Moscow all these years. But are you saying get a better connection because I need to get my camera on? Okay, so y'all can hear me good. Okay, cool. So what was the other one that I wanted to show real quick? Oh, North Korea's I know y'all have heard about it. Or should we go into the Yemen airstrikes? I don't know. We can go into either one. Let me pull this video up. For those who did not see this, I guess I could show that one there. So here, let me put this on the screen, and we're going to talk about the Yemen airstrikes real quick.
صارخا بأن القصف الدائري بأوساكا وجرها بالإضافة إلى تضرر عدد من المنازل الدفاع المدني هدى برفع أنقاض مكان منزل المستهدف واتصال حتى سمع بأن العدوان الأمريكي البريطاني يستهدف شمال مدينة صعبة، كما أيضا يستهدف القصف محافظة تمام وتحديدا في شمال
الهلال الاحمر ومن المنقذين ومن الذين هربوا وسارعوا الى هذه المنطقه والى هذا المكان. الدمار كبير وهائل، الغارات استهدفت على سادحه المدنيين هنا في مركز محافظه المساعده وتحديدا في القدم قريبه على الولايات المتحده الامريكيه او بريطانيا. مشاهدينا
Okay, so let's stop this. So, couple of questions I see out there, which I'm going to answer. Nina asks, Donald Trump did this in his first presidency too. That is correct. Not specifically. Well, actually, he did strike Yemen at one point, but not for the same reasons. It was, but here's something that I will say.
Sorry, y'all. I can't find my headphones. That's what's kind of blowing me right now. So.
Oh, what was that part? How does everybody who live in Kansas not know that?
Can you hear me?
The missile silo? Yeah, I can hear you. A lot of people there do know about the missile silos.
All right, give me 5 more minutes. I gotta find headphones. I can't hear you.
Oh, sure, no problem. But I don't know how many people know about them. But yeah, there's still nukes. There's a lot of states throughout, like Kansas, Colorado, Wyoming, a bunch of different states in the middle of the country which hold nukes. And when I say nukes, we're talking about the Minuteman type silos, which can launch intercontinental ballistic missiles to all the way to the other side of the earth. But here I wanted to read Kat's. Kat said, didn't the Houthis hit one of the U.S. aircraft carriers? Yes, they actually did hit one of the carriers. Says, I mainly asked because do the Houthis have the capability to sink an aircraft carrier? That I would say no. Now, if you talk to a Scott Ritter, he believes like, yeah, all of these little ragtag groups could take down our Navy, which that tells me you don't know jack shit about our Navy. Now, I'm not saying it like, ooh, I'm trying to prop up our Navy, yay. But the one thing I will do is give the analysis, which I feel is accurate and truthful, regardless of how I feel about it. Our Navy is our Navy is the strongest Navy in the world. Now, our Army and Marines on the ground fighting against some of these other, it can be a coin toss in some of these other areas. But we do still have air superiority, and we still could launch on anybody with our Navy from any aspect. And the fact of we just have so many more weapons, so many more ways to hurt other militaries. I mean, or other militaries in general. So to think that our Navy is not weak, that major, even when you had Iraq and Afghanistan, what they do when they're starting those kind of wars is Air Force goes through, Air Force goes through, does a nice little bombing raid and bombs the hell out of everything. And then you have Air Force Special Forces combat controllers who parachute into areas, neutralize remaining military people who were there. Then after they've done that, they set up air traffic control. Then you have CBs who are coming in at the same time, which part of them are maintain the military force or army, the first line of army who were there. So that's Navy and Air Force doing this. Then they start building the runways. That's part of the other part of the CB's job, so that you can start landing planes in, and they turn it into an air base first. And so this is what they do in every one of our wars. We always institute air superiority first, and then after that, you bring in, infantry and Marines and all that after it's already been established for our Air Force and Navy to reign dominant. And the Navy will just sit right off the coast and just bomb the hell out of everything. The only thing is you have to send in ground troops at a certain point to actually go after certain people. That's the reason why this attack of just launching airstrikes from afar, you're killing a bunch of civilians. And so that's why I have a big problem with it, because this is no different than what Israel is doing in Gaza. It's no different than what they're doing in Syria. It's no different than what Israel does everywhere, really. But and you'll hear people talk about, oh, well, military has gotten so weak, and the reason why they lost in Afghanistan and Iraq, for one, they weren't trying to win. You got to understand what they were there for. They were there for goods. They were there to get minerals out of the ground. They were there to get poppy seeds out of the ground. They weren't there actually fighting no war. They weren't fighting no liberation. They were there for oil. They were there for all of these other things. And if you think that the war on terror in these countries was about anything else, you don't know what our military is actually doing. So the surge and all that's nonsense. And a lot of the people who are involved in that don't even realize you're that pawn who has been sent out for a sacrifice so the bishop can get into a better spot. That's it. So thinking that, oh, our military lost here and there. No, you don't understand strategy. You're just looking at bullets whizzing back and forth and don't understand what these power players are really doing, because to them, everybody in our military is expendable. It's about getting what they need to get, period. And they're not missing on getting what they need to get, at least not so far. And so this attack, which he did, is more or less just Trump feeling good about I'm punching people who I feel like have been a thorn in our side. But when it comes down to it, he ain't really hit none of the actual people who's still going to do the damage. And they're still going to. Now, the Houthis, they're not worried about trying to sink our naval ships. All they got to do is give enough headache to the commercial vessels that are coming through to make them not want to go that way and go a whole nother route, which is going to cost them tons more money and hurt us economically. That's how they fight a war against us. Hurt us economically. You're not going to hurt us militarily. But sorry, I went on a long tatter. You can hop in, Tim.
No, you're absolutely right. Because I mean, what we all should know is that the best way to hurt, Lord, not to make this black and white, but the best way to hurt a white person is to hurt their pockets.
Yep.
Just be honest. Like, the best way to hurt a white person is to hurt their pockets. And what is America?
Mm-hmm. America's a corporation.
There we go. So what better way to fuck up our country than to hurt the fucking pockets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see the death of a corporation, you start seeing that stock market tick. Stock numbers tick the wrong way.
Sick.
Mm-hmm.
The S&P went down how much?
Yep.
I'm a stock girly. Okay, my life really depends on it. I'm a white man on the inside of my body, low key. When it comes to stocks, I'm like, hey, yo. And last week looked terrible. Terrible. S&P went down how much in a day? Tesla looking real hood right now.
It went down like what, like 4% or something like that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate it here.
I mean, they lost, what was it? I think it was like what, 1,900 points, and then they regained it and then lost it. And the uncertainty, I'm telling you, uncertainty is what these dudes do not deal with. And they'll close up their pocketbook, they'll close up the wallet, and then that will lead us into recession.
But they don't think that far into it, man. They don't care that much. That's the other part that I'm trying to get people to say. They don't care. They pockets is all right. They pockets, they don't move their money. You know what I'm saying? They don't move their money to an offshore account already. You know, before they make these rules, they move their money. Keep that in mind. So now they got this shit in, you know, Kazakhstan. Okay, I'm gonna make up countries because I don't want y'all to go put your money in these places. But the money is going to all of these different places while they trying to dictate your money. Their money is over there, making who knows how much on the exchange, because the exchange rate between our dollar and some other countries be crazy. They be making buku money just by moving it from one account to another.
Yep.
But telling you how to move your money in this country.
And don't forget, this time around, Trump didn't even play around with the emoluments clause. He's able to actively look at his portfolio, so he is literally benefiting off of this. No, it's just analyzing what's happening. I mean, before they used to at least try to be a little sneaky with the shit. He ain't being sneaky with nothing at all. And when you're dealing with somebody who's playing checkers when everybody else is playing chess, it's so obvious. And that's the reason why these other countries, they'll play a little bitch in front of him. But I'm telling you, we looking at if y'all know who Victor Sweet is, Till, you know who Victor Sweet is, right?
Victor Sweet?
Yeah, you remember Victor Sweet? You seen what was it, Four Brothers?
Oh, the one they had sitting on the ice.
Yeah, that's Victor Sweet.
Yeah. He was having people eat dog food and shit.
Yes, that's America right now. Bullying, punking people, and okay, it's cool when you're on top. But you can keep on making enemies and keep making more enemies and keep making more enemies. Then eventually, that's your ass, Mr. Postman. Because the people who's supposed to protect you are not going to protect you.
Nah, we're going to put your ass on ice.
And so what's happening right now to many of our allies? He walking in the room, he's smacking up his own allies right now. And I'm like,
they don't even want to dap my man's up right now, to be honest.
Yep. And for anybody who knows anything about Trump, look it back through his business history. What has he done? He started out with something that's doing good, and he run it into the ground. Everything.
And do another one.
Everything he runs into the ground. Now y'all let this dude fail up to the presidency. The hell you think he's gonna do with this country? Now that there's no, I mean, he's basically like he's like Voltron, or Ultron in Marvel. There's no strings on me. Now there ain't no strings on him. He gonna do what the hell he want to.
Maybe bugs on some of you mugs, but there ain't no bugs on me.
Yep. And so when you're doing it with the whole country,
that's nasty work right there.
Nasty work. We already seen where this was going under George Bush. What happened in 2008? Did y'all forget about that? Actually, 2006, 2007. What happened?
I was about to say 6 and 7, bro.
I mean, do y'all remember when the economy was losing 700,000 jobs per month?
Y'all forgot your parents was broke?
Yeah, this is what everybody walking towards.
Did you forget that your parents was broke? Because these are our parents that was dealing with this. I don't know. Wait, were you an adult? I was a semi-adult. I was getting there, so I'm assuming you were an adult.
I was in the workforce then. I had already got out of the military at this point and was working in everything. Let's see, 2007, 2006 would have made me what? About mid-20s.
Okay. So I was just now getting in the workforce. I was sweet 16 in 2006. So I was getting my first job doing nothing. I was working at a fucking, you know what I'm saying? I was working at like an amusement park or some stupid shit. So it didn't bother me none because my money I won't making shit but dollars and cents anyway. Had I been in my 20s, had I been right now during that, you got me chopped, bro. And yet here we are about to deal with a part 2 of it.
I just did the math. Okay, that would have put me at like 27, 28 going through this.
Oh, so you was an adult.
Yes, I was an adult. I was a married stepfather with 2 stepkids living under my roof. I was seeking this, experiencing this.
Bless your heart.
And that's the reason why I was part of the Occupy Wall Street chapter of Jacksonville.
That's crazy. I forgot about those.
Yeah.
The Occupy. Y'all don't even know about none of that. The Occupy? I was
You don't know about getting police officers on people's head and getting maced and all that.
All because y'all want a decent check.
Exactly.
Well,
and I dealt with that with vote vets and all that too.
Now, also, I'm glad that you said that part about sitting here trying to protest off of just needing the money. Okay, everybody all in this, taxes. I get to bring more money home. Correction. If y'all just so happen to get a wire hair up y'all asses and y'all want to go protest, you know that's against the law now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You will get shot in the face. Period. And I know that's going to be like, damn, T, that's harsh. No, that's literally what they wrote.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote it down. They updated the martial law rule. If y'all haven't had a chance, go see the new update. New update states that if any point in time, it's a dictatorship rule, to be honest. The martial law is a dictatorship rules because it says that if y'all decide to go against anything that the president said, they have the right to use unlawful, what is it called? They have the right to use lawful, fatal ways to fuck you up. Long story short, they get to shoot you in the face with a live round if they want to.
Now, and another thing I'll bring up about that, because some of y'all were younger, y'all know, you know how many people were literally like, coming home attaching themselves to ceiling fans?
Hello. Because they didn't, because that check won't check in.
You know how many people was deleting their whole entire families in themselves?
Where you think the word postal came from? For real.
Oh yeah. People were going into workforces, and I remember when that used to be a thing, like people would go in and spray up the whole office.
I will never forget. It wasn't in 2006, 2007 that a postal worker went postal.
Yeah.
Had a whole, you know what I'm saying? Had a field day.
It happened a couple of times during the 2000s, early, like I want to say like 2002 to like, 2008. That happened a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. And
it happened first with a postal worker that did it, and then it started being like some random clerk at a law firm.
It started getting up there.
It started being random people because that was created back then. George Bush was like, yo, we just want to make it cheaper. Everybody can get homes, and that all sounds good. But then that stuff wasn't backed behind anything. Them mortgages, you couldn't find an actual paper mortgage because that stuff was getting sold 50 gazillion times over. And
oh my God, the housing foreclosures during that time. That part. When people were losing their houses and they was becoming best friends with their ceiling fans before the people came and showed the crib.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Y'all ready to go through that again?
Yeah. And another thing which they not factoring in is how many times like all these people are like, yeah, we need to get rid of all these pensions and these pension cuts and we'll just put everything in the 401ks. Well, do you know what happened to a lot of people's 401ks? You know what happened to a lot of people who were trying to retire in like the year 2000? I mean, 2006, 2007, 2008. You had people who had been in, had a pension. Their stuff got switched over from a pension to a 401k. And then they're getting ready to retire after 30, 40 years. They're in their 60s, almost 70s. And then to find out that that 1.2 million that you got sitting there is gone. All of it gone. Now, this is what we're trying to get back to. Investing all our retirement funds on the internet. It's basically like saying, yo, I just want to take all this money that I've been saving up and go to Las Vegas with it.
And gamble it away.
Because that's what the stock market is. It's nothing but a casino.
On your phone.
Now,
the other thing is, it sucks because, back to me, I know it's black and white, hate to say it, it ain't nothing but DraftKings for white people.
I mean, and I'll give you a little bit of difference. It might be like playing Keno, where Keno, you lose and you're winning at the same time, and your money's a little bit more stable, but you're still gambling.
It's still gambling.
If that market goes down,
you're fucked.
Yep. And this is what they're trying to switch everybody's retirements into.
Every time I open up my stock portfolios, that's the first thing they say. Move your IRA over. We'll match it at 4%. 4? Y'all think I'm retarded and I don't know how to do numbers? What? 4? No, I need like 10. I like even numbers, double digits, 10 at a minimum. They talking about some 6. If you log into they upgraded shit, you can get 6, but on average it's 4. No, I want 10. Match me 10. But that's another thing. You put your retirement. You don't work at the post office, Amazon, shipyard, electrical, anything. Military. You done gave your life your job of 20 years of your life. Just to go ahead and say, I'm gonna put this IRA in Robinhood. You sneeze, and on a Friday afternoon, that shit plummets. You gonna kill you. I mean, sorry. You gonna take a long walk off a short pier before Sunday, and lo and behold, Monday morning, stock market go back up, and you're not here to collect it.
Yep.
Thanks. Because now where that money going?
And I'm speaking from somebody who has a 401k. So that means my retirement money is basically being gambled, and my company is now an employee-owned company. See, you can only take. Let me put this on here. E is in the building. What up, E? He says, you can only take a loss in the stock market if you sell. The market is rigged to go up over time. Yep. But if it go down to the time when you need it, can you wait for it to go back up?
Or maybe. I'll even build off a manual, because it's not even that. They will rig it to fall and make you sell because you think you finna lose everything. It's that fear-mongering shit, bro. I'm trying to tell you, this is nothing more than like a fever dream for fear. Like, what's that movie? Hellraiser. We're living in Hellraiser, where all these niggas just feed off of fear. And they put it in everything you do. Your food, we're going to make you fearful. We're going to make you feel like you might starve tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Your money, we're going to make it seem like the banks are collapsing. So put it in the stocks. Then we're going to fuck up the stocks. Where else you going to put it? Too late. You already digitized your money. We're going to make you fearful of having paper money. Coin shortage. Remember that shit? Everything is fear-mongering. Your healthcare. Fear-mongering, bro. And what people don't know is like, all these movies where they tell you about shit, it is so true. Okay? Because cortisol is really killing people. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
No, go on in. You good. But yeah, the thing about the market is, it goes up and it goes down. But it all matters on how long it stays down and if you're going to be all right. And the market itself is always going to be good. But are you going to be good? That's the part. Which stock did it take from? Whose 401k is getting hit? And so all that's going to matter. Yeah, not all stocks rebound. That's a fact. A lot of people lost it all in 2008. A lot of people who were living very, very nice, and a lot of people who retired who had to go back and find a job. And it still never rebounded from that. Black wealth. Black wealth in this country never rebounded after that. As a community, we lost big time. And I see a situation where, and to be honest, we never really recovered from 2008. All they've done counting tricks to mask what's actually going on. And that's the reason why inflation has jumped up. Because that's just another way of masking that things are not okay. But, I'm not trying to wish this or nothing, but the possibility that it can be coming around the corner and that it can be self-inflicted, just like what happened in 2000, 2006, 2007, 2008. It was self-inflicted. Just like this time around coming up, it might be self-inflicted again. But time will tell. But, on that one, so we talked about the big part that I wanted to talk about, the tax and stuff like that. Talked about the airstrikes, which we'll see what happens with those airstrikes completely, because you're talking about that, this could go on for weeks and weeks and weeks. As long as the Houthis can still launch on these smaller these shipping vessels and just gum up the process a little bit, cost more money. The part which they're not really talking about is this is hurting Israel's economy badly. Nobody's really covering about how this is affecting Israel's economy. Why is this important? I get it. Many of us, we don't care about the Zionist project, so why would we care about the economy? Because if this can lead to starting to fall apart. That's the reason why it's important. It could lead to a collapse of that whole process. Now, and once it leads to that, what happens then? Do everybody just decide to move? Or because they're desperate, do they get more dangerous? Those are questions that we really should ask. And when they get more dangerous, what's going to happen from that? Because I know some people are just looking at, Egypt, they're looking at Jordan, they're looking at Gaza, they're looking at Syria, they're looking at Lebanon. Well, what about a little bit further? What about Somalia? What about Ethiopia? What about Rwanda? Because all of these things are being affected also right now by it. All of these different things are being affected. Sierra Leone. All of these different things which you're seeing that are happening into East Africa and heading over to Central Africa like the Congo, all of these things are all being affected by this one little country that's sitting in the middle of this stuff, pulling a lot of these strings. Now,
Speak too loud about it.
so I'm just trying to focus on, a lot of times people focus on symptoms. I try to look to the genesis of what the problem is, pun intended. But if you really start looking at these things, and it can give you an idea on just ways to protect yourself. And not saying every one of these things we talk about are going to happen, but you got to think about the possibilities of what can happen. Chamonique asks, let's put this on the screen. When do you think the U.S. will lose power? Oh, I don't even know if you want to ask me that question. And what I think will happen. I'll give that one to Teal, because my answer, it gets deep and it gets dark. No pause on that.
Me personally, I feel it's not far off. I don't know if it'll be in this candidacy. I don't know if we'll be in like the next 4 to 8. But I've been I'm a conspiracy theorist about the whole weather
Yeah, I
machine.
said pause. I said pause.
So I'm really big on the whole like watching how the weather gets affected. You know what I'm saying? I always joke about like whoever's running the weather machine this week, you know, y'all fucked up because y'all gave me a good weekend. You know, you're supposed to have it rain on the weekend and pretty during the week. So I'm just waiting for the day where they give us all our mass destruction in one day. So that's what I'm waiting on. I'm looking for the hurricanes in the south that wipe out, you know, all the shit. I'm looking for the snowstorm in the north that wipes out all the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be followed behind a natural disaster. The earthquakes on the west coast, the wildfires in the Midwest, and you know what I'm saying? In those areas, the whenever the Colorado River dries up, that's when the west coast going under, for sure. Anytime, because I'm thinking about like the natural dams, the electrical dams they got out there. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. As soon as the Colorado River dry up, what's gonna keep that, you know, functioning? Nothing. So
And California is making that speed up because the whole way we keep LA afloat is by sucking water from the Colorado River.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't stay afloat without the Colorado River.
And isn't it funny that that's where y'all water came from them wildfires that y'all couldn't put out?
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a lot of things that are working on very, very flimsy, you know, means. I'm telling you, we're keeping a lot of this stuff, you know, held together with duct tape and bubble gum.
Ooh, child, we running out of bubble gum.
Yes, we are. And you know what happened when the sun started hitting that duct tape too long?
Child, the glue started coming up off that bitch too. It just leave that residue. Oh, child, we in a world full of hurt.
Let's see. Here, I'm gonna come back to this, and I'm gonna answer Chamonique, but let me hit Kat's question here. It says none of you believe in the fourth turning theory, where we are in a crisis stage and then go to the more prosperous time after. I do believe in that to a degree, and for those who don't know about the turning theory. That talks about different cycles that we basically go through, the 4 different cycles of we go through a crisis, and then after a crisis, then we go through like a rebuild period, and then things get better, and it's just a whole cycle that we go through, and it's supposedly a repeated cycle that we go over and over through. And a lot of people believe that when we started this period of the decline to start into the rebirth, or that 4th period of when everything goes all great, would be some say World War I, some say World War II, because some will say World War I and World War II was still part of that crisis or a reverberation of the first crisis. I do believe that to a degree, but just like in school, you have a progress report, and then you have the quarterly what your grade is, progress report, quarterly what your grade is, progress report, quarterly the grade, and then you get to the 4th quarter, and then you get the final grade. I believe that throughout our lifetimes, we've been going through progress report, quarterly grade, progress report, quarterly grade. At a certain point, you get to that final grade. Now, do I believe after that final grade, it goes to, because you got to remember, I'm a person of faith, and I don't know where everybody else is, and I'm not going to force my beliefs on y'all. I'm just going to tell you how I believe. After we do hit that, that final grade and a judgment is set, then things will basically go into like that 4th turning, or that new enlightened age, and everything is now, to hop back to Chamonique's question, when do you think the U.S. will lose power? Well, one thing you got to factor in is, what do you think, how would the U.S. lose power? Is the U.S. going to lose power through just trade imbalances and, economically? or are they going to lose it by getting their teeth kicked in? And I look at the American project is there is no way they have it in them to just lose fair and square. So they're going to fight to the death. And in that fighting to the death, it might come at the cost of themselves. It might be, as they call it, you know, a what is it? A compact with death. It might come that way to a whole entire nation. Now, it could be the whole nation being wiped out. It could be portions of the nation being wiped out. It could be the nation eating itself apart from the inside. Although I believe that eventually, at some point, it's going to come to mass extinction level on this certain United States. Because, in fact, if you think about it, there's so many movies that they do where the U.S. don't even exist anymore. There's a whole lot of movies where the U.S. don't exist anymore. And I think that some people know some things, or at least alluding to some things. And, you know, there's talks in the Bible about that great city being destroyed within an hour. I've read certain parts in the great book where it talks about, you know, whole nations of people, you know, basically their eyes and tongues melting in their sockets while they still standing. And so they ain't have no weapons that can do that back then.
Or did they?
Yeah, maybe. But
I mean, just think, what's his Ockenberg, whatever his name is, Lockenberg. They were fucking blowing people's. Yeah, they was putting people's eye sockets in their assholes.
Well, I'm talking about.
Hold on, you broke up for a second. You said you're talking about what?
On the 3rd century on the Revelator.
Oh,
They ain't had nothing like that.
No, they didn't.
So he was seeing something. That's all I'm gonna say.
Unless somebody came back on a time machine and showed them.
That's possible too.
I'm such a
because I could go deeper into that, but I don't want to go too far for y'all right now. We'll start going off into a whole nother direction. But dovetailing on that concept, y'all now. I mean, this is not super brand new because it's about back that I can remember. But now I guess they showed an open look at it. So I want to talk about this, because especially being former Navy, I definitely want to talk about the let's see, here we go. Yeah, I'll show you this. No, that's not. Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. See, what did you say? The U.S. is losing the soft power of influence, so this will force it to use and ultimately lose its hard power military. And I think they're one of those people over my dead body, you know, that mentality. So, I mean, and they willing to play that 300+ missiles because you know, they're not gonna have to be around for it. They're gonna either be in their bunkers, or else they're gonna be already flown off to some other, you know, countries to get out of the way. So they ain't worried about us, you know, taking the brunt of it. But speaking on like nuclear and all that stuff, show y'all this real quick.
Well, as American and South Korean forces commence their massive war games, Pyongyang responds with a show of force that threatens to escalate tensions. Multiple Pyongyang have viewed drills as surveillance and is closely coordinating with the US following North Korea's latest missile launches. South Korea's Joint Chief of Staff says that North Korean missiles were launched from North Korea's Hwang.
That's not the one I wanted. I mean, I do know they always have their little, missile sites. This is not showing what I wanted. There it is. That's what I want to show y'all. So undisclosed location. This is their nuclear powered sub, which they call. This is it. So if people were like, oh, well, we're not worried about them because, they don't have the capability to launch over here. And even if they do have the capability, they're not accurate with it. So we don't have to really worry about them too much. Once they get one of these bad boys in the water, they get nice and close to whoever they want to attack.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I'm hearing, people are saying that training is coming from, not training, but that technology is coming from Russia. Now, I don't know what y'all know about Russia's nuclear program or their submarines, but they have some pretty very good. They're very good in the sub technology. They're very good at
that. This is the USSR.
Yeah, that's one of their strengths as far as the nuclear sub program. Have you guys remember the movie Hunt for Red October? We've been fearing this for a long time.
Not to mention, it's like, do y'all really pay attention to Russians? Period. When I'm even going to talk about the KGB, USSR, breakdown, then the KGB, and then Putin being descendant of Dracula. We're not even going to talk about those. I just want y'all to ever just watch videos of people in Russia? Because if not, you should. I do that in my free time. It may sound weird, but I like watching Russian videos of people doing Russian shit. You know what Russian people do? You think white people are crazy in the United States because they like to go camping with bears? Russians have them niggas as pets.
Yes, they do.
Russians will fucking bear rustle. Where the fuck you hear? Where did you think bear rustling came from? Have you never seen their parades? They have bears dancing in their parades. You gotta catch one of them motherfuckers first, then train that motherfucker to do a jig, then put it in the parade.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the type of people y'all want beef with.
Yep.
I just want to throw that out there. They like to drink vodka for breakfast and then go wrestle bears in their free time. They do that shit after they get off work, and they work 12-hour days.
Yeah, and we're dealing with this is the reason why you want to know why U.S. really has a problem with socialism and communism, or more so, and I'm air quotes communism because there's no actual real communist government in the world. If you really understand what communism is, because you cannot all be equal and have leaders and bodyguards and billions, and you can't. So it's not. But we're also dealing with an American populace that doesn't know what any of these definitions really mean. But when we're talking about their real fear is they don't like these other countries are streamlined from the top. They're able to move on a dime and change their direction. They don't have to go through this bill going through Congress and then going to the Senate and then reconciliation and then the lawsuits being held up. They're not dealing with all that. China and Russia make a decision, boom, they just start doing it. They want to start building a new weapon system. They want to start building new weapons, new ships, new subs, new planes, whatever. That shit is going to be 6 months to a year, and it is from concept to action. America is 5-10 years to get that to mass production level. And that is what their problem is with these countries, because these countries can move efficiently and outflank them. That's what the whole word, the communist push to Vietnam and Cuba, that's not what they're worried about. They're worried about other people seeing a government which is able to get things done quickly, and that threatening their system by people wanting to change out what they got going on right now and mess up their gravy train. That's what this is all about. CYA.
Cover your ass.
Yes. And they are worried that other people will start seeing what some of these other countries have going on and want it. Whether it's good or bad. I'm not even saying it's good or bad. They don't even want you to think about wanting nothing over there. That's where American socialism comes in.
Y'all ever notice
America
how
the
ain't
Great.
no other country fucking with Russia? I just wanted to throw that out there too. Like, I don't see like Zimbabwe causing beef with Russia. Y'all notice that?
Because Russia is helping Zimbabwe.
You know? Or, you know, I don't see Australia, the prison continent, fucking with Russia.
But their goal is they want to fuck with China though. They've been getting real big and bad and wanting to go after China. I'm like, you damn nincompoops. You don't know what the hell y'all doing. Y'all trying to get everybody else messed up over there. And that's what's going to end up happening. Y'all keep trying to mess with them. But let's see, what else? What other story? So the North Korea thing, I just wanted to put that out there so we can keep an eye on it, because let things start getting a little bit, crazier out there. And with the whole BRICS things, China and Russia, even though they don't necessarily have a complete love relationship, they cool right now. And the same thing with North Korea. And all three of them, what's one thing all three of them have in common?
They hate us.
They tired of the United States bitch ass.
Y'all just
And
don't
what they
understand it, how it
and
is to
what-
get
what's
hated. If you
gonna
ain't,
end up
if you ain't
happening
never
is-
been hated on before, you really don't understand it.
What's going to happen is they going to bring more people to their side. Keep acting crazy with Europe. It's not that Europe going to buck up to the United States, but Europe will definitely open the door and let them creep in. That's more what you got to worry about. That they will exploit our vulnerabilities as a nation. And I'm not talking about that from some patriotic thing or whatever. I'm talking about that as hey, whether you love America, don't love America, you live here. I'm talking about the danger that can come to you as a citizen. That's what I'm talking about. So,
But y'all still not hearing what we trying to say. Like, let me break it down to you like this.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you ever was in high school and you had a falling out with your friend,
I'll be right back. Go ahead and take it.
Go ahead. What your friend gonna do? Your friend gonna go tell the other people that don't like you, obviously your enemies, how shitty of a person you were anywhere. And then there's gonna be one person that just overhears it and be like, yeah, I ain't never like that motherfucker, no way. And that's how it starts. You get more support and congregation from people that hate you just based off of some shit that they can make up in their head. And then they'll just run with it. That's exactly what's happened to America. Granted, I'm not saying we're doing the best job at being the best, because we're not, but we shouldn't be able to give these motherfuckers more shit to talk shit about, but we do. I mean, look at Trump. You can run a marathon with all the shit you can talk to him about, but once it gets established that it's like, hey yo, China don't like them niggas, right? They were like, for real? Because me and China had lunch together last period. Like, it's literally high school. They are running these countries as if we're in high school. And it's like China and Russia went and sat at the same lunch table and was like, hey yo, fuck America. They bitch asses. Man, I hate them niggas too. For real. Yeah, I can't stand them. And then Korea overheard and was like, I hate those guys as well. And it was like, for real, Korea? You hate them? And then next thing you know, now everybody hate America. All because China and Russia sat at the same lunch table.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is. And they just letting everybody hear how much they hate us. And then they just going to go ahead and be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Israel, you hate them too? Yeah, man, fuck them. Damn, for real? I heard your mom make some of the best chocolate chip cookies. She do. Can we get some? Yeah, as long as you hate America too. We can do that. And now they out here sharing chocolate chip cookies about how much they hate us. And it's crazy.
Nah, that's big facts. That's big facts, though. I don't know. Did I send you? I'm trying to remember if I sent you the one about the gang member, or dude trying to explain to his friends about the gang member or whatever. No, not
Is
gang
it the
member.
gang?
He was trying to explain how like the world works off of gang members or something. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't think you sent it to me, but I've been reading into that because I watched a clip of this dude talking about how gangs and voodoo go hand in hand.
Oh shit! What the fuck did I just do?
And that was one of my new shits because I was like, nah, you're not lying. I really wish more people knew that. But yeah, gangs and voodoo definitely go hand in hand.
Let's see. Who did I send that to? I sent it to somebody. Hold on. That's what I'll do. I'll send this to myself and find it and then put it on the screen for y'all. Where is it at? Here it is. Oh, found it. So now I just need to send it because I saved some of this stuff. That way I can find it for later use. Link there. Okay, cool. So now I should be able to bring it up from my X account. And let's see what I got. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not it. That's not what I want right there. Come on. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Here it is. Come on. Come on. Oh. Dang it. Hold on. Put it on the screen in a second.
Take your time. But yes, United States. I had to explain. Well, while you're getting that together, let me just explain to you how
Blackgate together said we all clicked up one for all for one. You know what I'm saying? But if 600's the only one jumping out in the field smoking motherfuckers, and y'all just out here getting all the motherfucking peace because y'all clicked up with us, it ain't fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally, bro, NATO is full of hella small ass countries, bro. And countries that have already lost wars, like Germany. You know what I'm saying? So NATO really is not as strong without America. Because, bro, look, just think, if America is never in NATO, we're not getting invaded. Nobody's starting wars with America, even if we're not in NATO. Nobody's gonna get into it with us, try to raid our country. None of that shit, bro. They already know we together. NATO or not, we got the best Army, Navy, and Air Force in all of the fucking world. Only reason NATO exists is to say we all the guys, we clicked up with each other. And when one of us get into it, the rest gonna help.
But that's what's kind of going on. I mean, in a sense. Though it's let me stop sharing that. You know, they a gang, and so they're like, yo, America and they gang been smashing on us. Now it's time for us to start smashing back on them. And that's all this is. Like Teal brought it up as, you know, the cliques in school, same as the cliques on the street.
It really
and
is.
They try to split. You on one side, they on the other side. Yeah, gangsters make the world go round. This is what it is.
I mean, my parents are both Marines. They'll tell you they were part of the hardest gang in the world, the Marine Corps. You know, that's a gang. Bloods and Crips. Don't it sound like Democrats and Republicans to you?
Actually, they're a subsect of the hardest gang. The Navy is, because the Marines is under the Navy, and hey, they don't do jack without us. How do they get to where they? How do the Marines get to where they getting?
If y'all really want, look, I ain't trying to say that my mama was a crayon eater or nothing, but I'm just gonna throw out the fact that if you told them niggas to march in the ocean to get there, they would.
Mm-hmm.
But they just decided to take a boat that time. But if you asked 150 Marines march in the ocean and get there, they would. And just because I'm a core baby, I'm a dick rod and say, and all 150 would make it.
Yep, but you know what they're gonna need? What's gonna start happening is they'll be calling for that air support.
Hell yeah, they ain't gonna hold you. You know they would.
All of them need that damn air support, and without the Air Force and Navy bombing the hell out of everybody from the air to give them that support, that's what lets them puff that chest out.
Well, you know they're the first ones in, the last ones out.
Mm-hmm. But we had to bomb and clear the way to make it before they can roll up in there.
I love y'all. Wait, now I just want to throw that out. Now you hear that banter right there?
Yeah.
Prime example of the division. we were just talking about, that division that they always put into place. You know what I'm saying? The Navy and the Marine, they are of the same fucking sector. They'll still have beef. But in the long scheme of things, it's all our United States military. Why are we even separating anything? Nigga.
Yeah, the Marines is Department of the
niggas.
Navy.
Yeah.
Marines is Department of the Navy.
But you get what I'm saying about separatists? Like, I watched this one dude, this white boy, he do some of the funniest veteran TikToks. Like, hilarious. It'll be like the Air Force dude, he's got a dad hat on. He's always like clean cut. You know, he walked into a hotel and he was like, oh my God, this isn't a Hilton? That's the Air Force. You know what I'm saying? Then you get the Marine Corps. He's chewing on a fucking crayon and just grunting. He's fine with the hotel he has. Then you get the Army dude that comes in. He goes straight to the damn mini fridge. Then you get the Navy guy in. He's got a fucking bow in his head, and he's like, I guess this will be fine.
Yeah, they always crack on us with that.
They
one.
always crack on y'all. And then there's the Space Force dude that's literally talking to a potato.
And the crazy thing about it is, they hit us on that part. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you who got the highest amount of that going on is the Army.
Yeah, Army's like Donald Trump hands. Donald Trump hands.
I'm just giving y'all the game. Really, let me tell you what the Navy do. The first thing they pull in the port.
Find a
I put it, the working girls get put to work.
They get some work, boy. I try to tell you.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm them dudes. I'll be like, man, y'all ain't even trying to like. We're in Rome. You're not trying to see like the Colosseum and all that.
No.
Where the bitch is at?
No.
Where the bitch is at? That's how they think. They don't care about the culture, nothing. I mean, heck, you know that a lot of the Navy is full of Crips and Bloods?
Yes, Army.
You got a lot of them Crips and Bloods, and then, you know, and I say this term lovingly with respect, rednecks who was out there making homemade napalm and stuff and gassing each other before they came to the military. That's what that's what most of the Navy is full of. And then you throw in a couple of Hispanic cats from like Miami and LA, some from New York, and that's the bulk of the military. The low classes of people who trying to get some college money or get away from that gang neighborhood they grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
I won't even say that's majority of, well, I'll say Army, Navy, Marines. Air Force is not so much the lower, you know. They might some of them might have grew up in the hood a little bit, but they were the ones who were, you know,
kind of smart. They got some brain sense.
At least close to being a valedictorian. They wasn't trying to be out in the streets doing a bunch of craziness.
Yeah, I'd have to say yes. I will say yes to that, but there's like there might be a 15% because I got accepted into the Air Force.
I'm saying for the most part, you still got some help in all of them.
But it's only this much. Yeah, it's only this much in the Air Force. It's literally this much. I know maybe out of all the Air Force people that I know and all the Air Force people I went to MEPS with, about 7 of them were gang members. And it was even for me, you know what I'm saying, being affiliated, I was looking at them like, how the fuck y'all get here? Like, seriously, how the fuck did you get here? Did they sign you a waiver?
People I saw who like E4s and E5s really walking by like, what a blood? Like, dude, what are you doing? You're on a carrier. Y'all all in the Navy and you talking about what up, blood?
I got a prime example. I got a great story.
Come on.
One of my favorite NCOs. I worked at Fort Eustis as a chef, okay? At the DFAC. One of my favorite NCOs, okay? Do you hear what I'm saying? An NCO. If y'all don't know what an NCO, I will let Marcus describe it right after I tell this story, just to give you context. One of my favorite NCOs had permanent bottoms, okay? From K9 to K9, he had permanent bottoms. He was from Mississippi. That motherfucker was fighting a body, and the Army signed a waiver for him to go to the judge. They signed a waiver to the judge and was like, hey, if you let this body go, Donald Trump hands. If you let this body go, we'll take him. And the judge said, okay. This nigga was a triple OG fighting a body, and he got into the army. And I met him at an army base as an NCO with permanent bottoms. That's it. End of the story.
An NCO is a non-commissioned officer, basically. It's somebody who got a little bit of authority, but he's still on the lower end of the totem pole. And so, Chris H, he said, Marcus, you still have that military in you, and I'm like, I can't help it, honestly. A certain amount of that it becomes a part of who you are, regardless. Now, do I condone the actions of our military? No, but I can't help but defend the service members who are in there, because a lot of them don't know no better. It's not like they woke up and like, hey, I want to go join the military to destabilize the country. Most of them don't know no better. They really
do what they're told.
Yeah, you do what you're told, and you're giving information, convincing information that this person that you are going after is an enemy of this country, and you've been like, the amount of breaking down mentally that is done to you when you go to the military. That's why it surprises me when I see people trying to set trip while they're still in the military. I'm like, what?
What
like,
are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Like, I had probably when I was in boot camp, I had probably about maybe 5 or 6 people out of my boot camp division. We had 85 people, something like that, roughly. Out of the 85, we had probably 4 or 5 who were from Cali. Probably about a good 30, 40 of them were from like Georgia. Like another big chunk of them were from Texas and like mostly from the South. And then you had probably another like 15, 20 who were from the Midwest. Well, we had like 1 or 2 New Yorkers in there.
But you had them Georgia Bloods in that bad boy.
They used to be out there, DSGB. I'm like, oh my God, you just are so annoying. Down South Georgia boys, they used to scream that all the time. The most annoying people ever when I was in boot camp. And then we had like them country boys who before boot camp, they literally were out there gassing themselves to try to see who could last longer. And so when we go into the gas chamber, we're in there like dying, and this is fun for these idiots. But
sitting in the corner, waiting for y'all to go out.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers are weird, bro.
Yeah.
Long story short, look, sorry to get sidetracked, but long story short, we just wanted to let you know that there's gangs in everything that America does.
Oh yeah.
Be it politics, our country, how our country is defended, how our country is ran, real gang members. Okay.
Well, that's the reason why I look at everything differently than a lot of other people, because I realize the level of how America is able to make this happen is the level of compartmentalization and need to know information and how they target it. And they keep you so busy in your little field that you don't have time to really investigate and think outside of it. So if you're somebody who goes from military to college to after you get out of your military career straight into a WG or a GS position or something like that, or go into some kind of federal work, you have so many blinders a lot of time to reality and life for so many other people that you don't even realize you're on the wrong path. And so that's the reason why I don't completely like fault every one of these people. Like they are literally like bought in to the propaganda of the Matrix. There's no red pill, blue pill for them. They see no glitches. They're like, when you watch the Matrix movie, they are that person who was just walking up and down the street. They don't get it at all. They don't even have a concept of what you're talking about, pointing out that something's wrong with the system. And I know I know plenty of Navy SEALs who have done their whole career, retired and all that, and they are so gung-ho on everything about the military because they've been told these people are the enemy and have never questioned it. And also some of them who are a little bit smarter, if they did allow themselves to question it, now they got to start questioning themselves and what they've done. And some of them who are smart enough to do that are not willing to do that. Some of them are eaten up because they have done that, and they realize, like, dang, what we did, we were in the wrong 1,000%. And then some people are just, they're just a body in the military not having an effect on any of the stuff. You got people who are like veterinarians in the military. They have nothing to do with combat or nothing. You have some people who are nothing but payroll. They deal with payroll. They're not dealing with they're not dealing with no combat zone. They're not dealing with none of that other stuff. You got some people who their job is literally like painting the side of a ship. This person don't have nothing to do with any of the stuff that's going on in Kandahar or nothing like that. They have no clue. And so when you go after all of these people who don't even have privy to some of the mess, you know how many people when I was in the military that had no clue about what was going on in Abu Ghraib, and still to this day, if you told them about Abu Ghraib, they're like, "What? We did that in the military?" They'd have no clue. So that's the reason why when people like attack military as a whole, I tend to be a little bit defensive because I know that most people don't know that. And hell, I learned a lot of stuff after I got out. Well, some of it after I got out, some of it while I'm in the middle of doing certain jobs and realizing like, yo, we are just basically a tool of empire. And it dawns on you because, I mean, I signed my paperwork at 17.
Hey, that recruiter, sorry if this get vulgar, but you had that recruiter dick hard if you signed the papers at 17.
Dude, I was Air Force Junior ROTC. I was gun-ho.
Oh, and you? Nah, he was hyped to get your ass.
Well, my mental program had been started. I had been doing.
You went to the Navy?
Yeah.
Why? Your ass bad?
Well, my recruiter, the Air Force recruiter in the Navy, the Air Force recruiter in that area was doing Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa.
Okay.
And so since I can hardly even get this dude on the phone to talk to him, the Navy was like, yo, want to go to the mall? Hey, I went to the movies with my Navy recruiter.
Oh, he was.
And they told me about, man, we'll take you, man. What country you want to go to? Where you want to go? What you want to see? What you want to do? You like travel? What? You like women? What you want to get money? Man, they was telling us, man, you can do this job, man. You get out, man. You can do this. You can do that, man. You want to go to Dubai? Man, you can go to Dubai, man. You could do this. You could do that. Like, yo, mag flights in the military. So let's say, for instance, if you station in Florida and you want to go fly to Japan, you get your vacation time. There's a mag flight that you can fly to Japan for like $8. You're like, what? So they selling you. They're selling the hell out of it. But they don't tell you none of these downsides. And if you don't come like if you living in like say Chicago or whatever, you got homeless vets all over the place and you can talk to one of them and they tell you how messed up a story they had, then okay. Then you're like, well, wait a minute. Maybe that's not necessarily a great idea. But where I grew up, you ain't got a whole bunch of homeless vets laying all over the place. You got homeless people, but you ain't talking to the homeless people like that. You might, hey, yo, you hungry, bro? Here's a sandwich. You ain't like asking them their life story or nothing. And I come from a military family. None of them, they didn't have no bad experiences. Well, granted, most of them were Air Force, but they wasn't experiencing none of that stuff. So why would I connect that the military is even doing anything bad? I remember the patriotic days in the Desert Shield, Desert Storm, when all the kids were told by like President George H.W. Bush write letters to the troops and all that.
Oh, when they was doing Robin Williams stand up at the fucking
USO stuff.
When y'all was getting y'all lobsters and steaks.
Well, you don't want the lobster steak. That's a bad day when you about to get that.
That's gonna be a bad day. You better.
I've gotten 3 times. I've gotten the lobster and steak dinner 3 times, and every time afterwards, you about to get some bad news. So anybody who's active duty, they know what that's about. I mean, normally you about to get told that, all right, we about to deploy you to God knows where, or your deployment is about to get extended. That's typically like two of the main reasons why you'll get that that dinner. But I remember when and here's the thing about it. The Desert Shield, Desert Storm, they didn't get a lot of negative press on it because what they did, what was different than what happened on the war against terrorists, they took 500,000 troops and they just kept building up the numbers, building up the numbers, building up the numbers. And Saddam and them was like, yo, we don't want that smoke. We cool. Hey, I'll make sure everything is cool on my end. Y'all can just go back home. Y'all don't have to do nothing. And that's basically what happened with Desert Storm. Most of them wasn't even doing nothing. A handful of them was in there going to, getting their grubby hands on some oil and secret missions like that. But most of them wasn't doing nothing. When they did it during Desert Storm, when they did it, what was it, Operation Enduring Freedom, what they did was Rumsfeld was like, why would we do it that way and send all these troops and waste all this manpower? So instead, he cut the number in half. He sent 240,000 in, and Iraq was like, we ain't scared of your 240,000. Let's fight. And after once they start fighting it out, now we're bogged down in the war. So what you have is they fight one area, the Americans, we take that area, and then once we move on to the next area, it gets retaken by the Iraqis. Oh, and it's an over and over and over cycle where we're killing a bunch of their people, they're killing a bunch of us, a bunch of civilians are getting killed, and none of this stuff should be going on. None of it should have to go this way. And in actuality, we should never even have been there. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm saying at least before, they did the show of force and not use the force, whereas George W. was about using the force. He was like, yo, my daddy didn't use his political capital right. He should have went in there and did this and this and this, which led to a lot of the problems we're dealing with today. But that's, I kind of sidetracked, and my apologies for running all the way off the track and up and down around the corner and all this. But I got one more topic that I really want to go into. I don't know, I think I have one other one. Did you see the one? Oh, I'm going to preface this before I say this because I don't want y'all to be thinking crazy of me or any crazier of me than y'all probably already do. But I ran across this on TikTok and I was like, what the what? And I decided, you know what? I want to talk about that. And so here, let me send this. Let me send this video, but it was just such a wild video that I ran across on Instagram, because those who follow me on Instagram, you'll see I'm always just putting random crap on there. Some of it's mostly funny because I like to laugh a little bit, but sometimes I run across something, that comes across my thread, and it's like it's something that you like you wouldn't think of. And this is one of those said topics. Here, let me send this other one that I have to, because I got two things that I want to send over and share with y'all before we get out of here. Where was the other one?
While we're waiting for him to get that, I'm going to talk about cortisol. So
Yeah,
please do
go ahead.
research on cortisol, because it is something that's in our food, but it is a stress response that our body gets. So anytime you're stressed out and shit like that, your body starts building up cortisol. That's your fight or flight mechanism in your body. And because of that, as long as you're in a state of survival, your body produces cortisol. It's like either that or dopamine. You feel me? And when you get cortisol too much in your body, you start having real fucked up shit happen, i.e. high blood pressure, fat deposits, your lymphatic system will start to shut down. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just so much that you really need to like look into when it comes to cortisol. So if you can take some time, Google it between now and next week when we come back on the show, and just look at how cortisol affects you. You feel me? Because when I tell you about our country being fear mongers and how they play on that fear of your food's gonna run out, we got to get invaded, nuclear war, rah, 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 Russia, 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 Mexico, 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 China, 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 all this other wild ass shit that they constantly put in your news or wherever you're getting your news or your updates and stuff. That shit is beating down on your cortisol in your brain, and it's like releasing it into your body, and then you be either fight or flight, or like, you know what I'm saying, you be stuck like Chuck. It's one of the two. But if you're not finding a way to like combat that, it's gonna kill you. That's all. The end. Sorry if that sounded terribly sad.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that we were trying to go into on that one video we shared, and we got cut off before we could get there. And it's important to talk about the cortisol, because in the meat stuff we eat, that cortisol that goes into those animals, that stress hormone, we're consuming that stress. And so if you wonder why you just stressed out for no damn reason, that got to do with it, what we're eating. And so, I mean, myself, I'm really trying to, I don't know if I'll get to the point of ever really being a vegan, but I definitely want to decrease the amount of animals and stuff that I consume. So
I only eat halal food. So this is when being down with the Muslims and, you know what I'm saying, and with the butchers and stuff like that really works out. I only eat halal food. I eat halal goat, halal lamb, not ham, Jesus. Halal lamb and halal beef. Sometimes I can find halal chicken, but I don't trust chicken right now. Not even with the bird flu lie that they got going on. Another thing, they be lying to you about what's going on with your food. Bird flu, all this other wild ass shit. Cortisol. I just don't really trust chicken, because chicken kind of tastes weird to me nowadays because I haven't had it for so long. But if you can find a halal butcher in your town or around your area, that also goes into when we talked about food deserts beforehand, you will be able to find food that are cortisol free. That's cortisol free food, because they kill it in a manner in which it doesn't allow that to be put into the food on its last breath. You feel me? So, yes.
So
Pollo.
here's this crazy video that I saw on my stories, and I was like, I gotta share this, because this is wild, that how they try to keep information from us. And so I was like, here, let me just share this. So let me pause it, because I missed the first part of it. What he's talking about is this woman is doing videos on neural networks, and what she found is that she's actually getting paid more. And her content, this isn't sexual that she's doing at all, but she found that she actually gets more ad revenue to talk about the neural network on Pornhub than she does. Or I guess I should say corn or whatever. But anyway, she makes more money talking about neural networks on there than she does on YouTube. What the hell is that about?
YouTube. So I had a look, and this is legit. Like, people are generally going to have to learn about AI neural network and the comments. So, first one. This was interesting. Halfway through, I put my clothes on. Next one, good lecture. Very intuitive, easy to digest. So I was like, that's interesting. I wonder if there's like more tech content on there, like tutorials. So I went on, obviously for research purposes only. So I went on and searched for Python, you know. So come up on research for Python. But then I scrolled down a bit and I found a full Python course.
This introduction to Python, you learn what is Python.
It's a really good course. Clearly don't watch this on your work laptop. 10 words posting AI.
But I just wanted, that was a quick one. That's just wild to me that, you know, they're not even this information that can help us. They're so against helping us on this information that you're not even trying to pay these people to put out good quality info. And this girl had to go to that network to try to, put information out. No, Andres, I am not doing that. But I just thought that was wild. That info, I don't know. What do you think about that, Teal? That she had to go put it on Corn Hub, and she made literally 2/3 more money than putting it on YouTube.
I mean, I have a Corn Hub channel for cooking.
Wow.
I don't get the traction on Instagram. I get shadow banned. I don't get the traction on YouTube. I gave up on that. I Twitch, and I send it to Corn Hub because I get more views off of that. And I have my clothes on.
That's ridiculous.
It is. Like, I ain't even trying to be funny. Had we double streamed this, like, we'll do it next week. We'll do it next week. If I double stream this and I share it to my Corn Hub while you're on the tubes of you, we're gonna get more views on mine than yours, and you're more established than me.
Wow.
Every time.
You know what? I want you to do that experiment and find out, because
I got you. Because I'm telling you, I've been on streams for hours on Twitch. I'm talking about, I think my longest stream on Twitch was like 7 hours.
I've done like a 7-hour stream before.
Crickets. I could be on Corn Hub for 3.
Wow.
Can't do it on TikTok. Instagram keeps banning me. I just got my live back. They banned me over some fuck shit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Instagram banned me over something petty, and they took my live away for a week. And they were wrong, because when I went and appealed it, they were like, oh yeah, my bad, we were wrong. They banned me. My views have plummeted again after just getting it back. And I'm so over it, because I can go right onto Corn Hub, and there's a new little TikTok app called Favorited. That's my new shit. Favorited. It's like TikTok, but you can do disparaging things, just not, you can't show no body parts or nothing. But you can talk about the things you want to talk about. You can smoke how you want to. You can do everything you want to on that. That is literally the TikTok for adults. That's about to take off just like Corn Hub.
Wow.
And I promise you, if I start promoting on that, I'll get everything back. I remember when Snapchat was good.
That's funny that played that little segment. You are being watched. Yes. But I'm working on a new intro. I've been clipping together videos from here and there, and that's from the intro to Person of Interest. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not. Great show. But it goes into like how
Chris. You'll sit there for 4 hours. Chris just he'll sit there for 4 hours and only get 1 viewer. But let me double stream and I get on Corn Hub. I'll have so many random dudes just because it flags that I'm online.
Really?
So many people.
That's wild. It's wild how the streaming thing works. Like, I remember one of the videos, I was like, on my other channel, it was a travel video basically. And the video was like me and my mom in Kansas City, and we're driving around showing some of the different sites. Very harmless video, not political, nothing like that. And I went into the analytics to study how, why is this video? I'm like, man, this video should probably get more views than this. I mean, it seemed kind of low. And when you see how it's suggesting my video, because I don't know how many people who have really went into analytics or understand analytics, or if all the other people who even do channels, if y'all really go through it like that. The only person I know of who's like almost like a wizard and understand this analytics stuff is like Savvy. But when I went in, I could see which channels that was suggesting the video. Now, one was America's Worst Hoods. I'm pretty sure people who want to just look up Kansas City for travel or not, why would it be under America's Worst Hoods? And, the,
Marcus, you breaking up. Still breaking up.
Yeah.
Give it a second. Try now. Tell the feds we not going to Corn Hub yet. We didn't even go over there yet, bro. Chill out. Golly. Gee whiz. Can't even talk about it. Can't even suggest it. Sorry. While Marcus unbreaks up, because you know the feds is listening to us now. Hey, Lone Star. Thank you. And yes, Yipper, you're absolutely right. I'm meeting the people where they're at. Because, I mean, it's to a point you got to play the game the best as you can. Seriously, you got to play the game smart. And these motherfuckers play smart, bro. And if you sitting here and, you know what I'm saying? Plex sells a lot. And if you can finesse it in your favor, I think everybody should manipulate the situation. I think everybody's profile picture should be some ankles. And then when they get when they go to your page, they find out that you're not showing no ankles. You over here cooking a souffle, fully clothed. No, sick. And the thing is, they're gonna stop and watch to make sure that's what you're doing. And then they're there for long enough. Then now they got the views, and then they can go to somebody that's actually showing some ankle. You know. So you can always do that. And I think everybody should do that. If you ever wanted to get into like the streaming thing or the gaming thing or that part of it, do that. In my opinion. Go show some ankle. And then lie about it. Ain't that what the government doing to us anyway? Showing us some ankle and then lying about it? Play the game like they play, in my opinion. That's just me. I like playing fair. I think everything should be fair. So, go show some ankle, y'all. Kick. K-I, like K-I-K? Kick? What you mean by kick? Is that the little green app? I don't be wanting to talk to no Nigerian princes. That's the thing. Like, soon as it be like, oh, it's a Nigerian prince. Oh, shit, yeah. Scared the hell out of me.
Oh.
But soon as it becomes like a Nigerian prince that's trying to sell me a fucking plot of land in Ghana, I ain't got time for it, bro. It's gonna piss me off.
Oh, yes. Anthony Mackie.
No, I have not tried Kit, Chris. I'll look into that. On that. See? And that's another thing. Go find somebody else's ankle. Use somebody else's picture. And then when they click on your shit, they're gonna find out you're not showing no ankle at all. It's just face. I heard you say you wanted to talk about the Anthony Mackie shit.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear about it?
Hell yeah! Because he wants to raise his children to be like proper gentlemen. He has like 4 boys, if I'm not mistaken, or some shit like that. I don't blame him.
Mm-hmm. For y'all that didn't hear,
I don't use any. Hold on. I saw this question last time I was on the show. I don't use hair growth oil. I just use rice water, because I'm not trying to grow my hair out. That's the only reason why. I like my hair short because it's easier to manage. I used to have long hair my whole life, and I'm tired of it. It's heavy on my neck. I am tired of the curls. It's too extra. So I just keep my hair short all the time. You lucky I didn't cut my hair because I was about to cut my hair yesterday and have a fade, just like Anthony Mackie. But I didn't. But I really don't care to like grow my hair out. The next time I grow my hair out, I'm gonna have locks. And even in that moment, I only use like rice water. But thanks for the lookout. Go ahead, boo. Sorry.
Nothing to the biggest stars in the world. People go from one role to winning Academy Awards and doing all this. And what I realized yesterday, thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. Now, that's a big problem in our community. We tell our kids, this is fresh on my heart. Like, really just came to this conclusion last night. We tell our kids they do right, they make good grades, and they go to programs, and they will become successful. If you work hard, you will be paid off, and that's not true. You can be the most brilliant Fell off. You know,
Okay, you can see it. Let me try to restart. Hopefully this will play with minimal glitching.
Okay, so while we wait for him to get that straight, I'll pretty much try to give you the like synopsis of what he said. Pretty much what he was saying is that no success is ever like actually obtained through earning it from getting it out the mud. Success is definitely given to you. And so success, in my opinion, I feel like he's true. I feel like he's telling the truth. I'm sorry, I should have put my camera on. I feel like Anthony Mackie's telling the truth because all the success that I've ever obtained throughout my life was definitely based off of my ability to articulate myself, my ability to put myself in right places at the right time, and talking to the right person at the right time. I have a very big business mind. I usually try to come into a room and command a room. I have a very big personality. Obviously I'm on podcasts, but like I talk to the right people. I be in the room at the right time. I talk and I read humans so that when I do talk to you, I know exactly what you want to hear, if that makes sense. Like I know you want to hear XYZ, XYZ. I know you don't give a fuck about my dogs. You give a fuck about this. So I'll talk to you about that. And I'm very well educated and well rounded in that. Thank you. Yes, Yipper. Like you're not lying. Like we know. It's like if you're not grandfathered in, or if you're getting gatekeep or gate kept out, like you're not gonna get it. And that's why no tea, no shade. You know what I'm saying? I think Anthony Mackie's cool and all, but like there's a reason Terrence Howard ain't Captain America. There's a reason Don Cheadle's not Captain America. There's a reason Anthony Mackie is Captain America. And like not to mention, like, nigga, you went from 8 Mile to being Captain America. How? I really want to know that. Like, I thought you were like old Hawk Boy over here. How'd you change characters? You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that you even brought up Kevin Hart, Steve Harvey. You know, they'll get you quick with the whole, sacrifice. Of course, I feel any person that's of darker consent will have to always sacrifice something, but that in a way, like so and so found favor. Yeah, like come on now, you got to be like blessed by God. And if y'all know anything about how Hollywood, if we just gonna take that syndicate by itself, Hollywood is all about trying to make shit biblical and not biblical at the same time. And if the Bible is your Bible, yes, Whoopi Goldberg is still relevant. But if the Bible is or isn't your Bible, like it pretty much shows you if God don't got favor over you, and if Hollywood considers themselves as a godlike complex or a godlike entity, if they don't have favor on you, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't give a damn. They could care less. And there's like the thing with prime example. Here's a great one. Tyler fucking Perry. Oprah, nobody give a fuck about Oprah. Oprah made Harpo, got her own shit popping. It was cool at first. But then the white people was like, wait a minute, bitch. You can't get too far ahead. We're not going to let you be bigger than NBC, Viacom, or anything like that. So how about we help you? So in that process of helping you, now she done made all this other shit, this, that, the third, da, 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 da. Who she finds? She finds Tyler Perry. If you know anything about the story, he was writing plays in his car while he was being homeless. Cool. He got a sad sob story. Anything to pull at them heartstrings. Because they love to see a black man going and struggling. Boom. Then what happens? Oprah picks his ass up. All about connections. He was in the gutter. There was no such thing as, oh, it was successful, or oh, it was this, and oh, it was that. No, Oprah found that motherfucker so he could get them plays up off the motherfucking ground. Then them plays turned into movies. Now them movies turned into a studio. Now he owns one of the biggest black-owned studios in the United States. And he's literally selling you the same fucking story 18 different ways. It's the same fucking story. It's the same dynamic. It's the same everything. He gives you the same story time and time and time and time again. Somebody getting abused, somebody getting underappreciated, somebody getting taken advantage of. It's light-skinned versus dark-skinned. It's always colorism. It's always sexism. It's a abusive man or abusive woman against, you know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. Yes, and I'm tired of the victim, man. Why we ain't remade Glory? I'm just saying, we can remake everything else, but we ain't never remade a movie that was worth a fuck. We ain't never remade Malcolm X. We ain't never remade Glory. Like, I know Spike Lee's still alive, but yes, really weak dialogue, really weak acting. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. My man Chris is talking. He popping good shit right now, cause he said, he was like, Tyler Perry is really a success because the writing and a lot of his films and shows is really weak. The dialogue is weak. The whole thing is weak. His whole you dig is weak as fuck, and it's the same story. That's what pisses me off. It's like there's no creativity behind it, but everybody be eating this shit up. Because it's like, well, you'll hear a lot of you'll hear a lot of black people say, oh, well, this is all we really have as far as a black. No, support Spike Lee. Y'all didn't support Spike Lee like this. Period. You don't support Spike Lee. What about when Denzel get to fucking doing movies? Why doesn't Denzel, you know what I'm saying, get out of here? And we don't have that. We have so many black people that need movies, but they'd rather recycle the bullshit. Why doesn't Shirley Chisholm have a documentary about herself? Granted, I could care less about people in politics. Black people in politics feel like low-key some of them sell out, but that's not what I'm here to say. But why doesn't Shirley Chisholm have a movie? They gave Nina Simone to Zoe Rosario. So you couldn't tell me you couldn't find one black woman that kind of looked like her? You know, Maya
now
Angelou.
I can hear you.
Okay, bet. Maya Angelou don't got a goddamn biopic. Exactly. Danny Glover couldn't even do anything. There has never been a movie about the Haitian Revolution at all. But they do 45 million fucking movies about slaves being in chains. I know when we have to bank on Quentin Tarantino to give a slave highlight movie for Django. You get what I'm saying? Like, we gotta talk. What? That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Hell, I don't even know watch this movie at this.
You said what?
Hell, I'll even settle with a white abolitionist movie at this point. Give us a fucking John Brown something.
John Brown. They did do a John Brown one. Ethan Hawke played John Brown.
Really? I did not know that.
Ethan Hawke played John Brown. I gotta find a movie. Now I gotta find it. It was either a movie or a TV series. But Ethan Hawke was John Brown. It's called the Good Lord Bird. And watch, they only gave it one season. It came out in 2020 and they did it in one season.
They buried that shit.
You feel me? And that's the thing.
What was it called?
It's called The Good Lord Bird. You can watch it on YouTube. But they done took it off everything else. And you can watch it on Amazon Prime. But they done took it off everything. It was on Showtime. Exactly. There we go. Lone Star Viz knows. And I only know that because my mama told me about that shit before she passed away. She told me about that. She said, you know, Ethan Hawke being John Brown. I said, who the fuck is John Brown? And of course, I'm thinking black dude, boxer, John Brown. I said, the fuck? I don't care about that man. And she's like, no, T, the abolitionist, the white boy that gave a fuck about the civil rights. And I said, oh, you're right. So yeah, we don't have no good shit. We're not gonna get a Toussaint video, a Toussaint goddamn biopic because that was a black man that led the Haitian Revolution. We're not gonna get, and not to mention anything that they ever bring up in reference to, anything that gives reference to like the Haitian Revolution or anything like that. They so quick to fucking put voodoo on us like it's bad or some shit. And that's that other thing. That's that fear mongering that they have when it comes to Christianity. They like to give this superiority complex to Christians as if they some goddamn exorcisms needed to be done, when all in all, it's literally just used to keep them down. Child, that Nat Turner film. We got a Nat Turner film. But that's, even then, they didn't show how nasty it really got. I really need people to understand how nasty that shit got. I live in Nat Turner country. I just need motherfuckers to understand that. So when it comes to me and my connection to Nat Turner, that shit's deep. I grew up in a church that was on the street of his rebellion. I could see blackhead signposts from the steps of the church that I grew up in. Okay? We got slaves buried on our property. So like, that Nat Turner film was great. I ain't gonna knock it. I ain't gonna say it wasn't good. But what pisses me off is they did not talk about how bad it really, really, really was that they treated that man. They boiled that man, ate that man up, castrated him, decapitated him, put his head on a signpost, aka blackhead signpost. And like they it's just crazy. Yes, they would rather do that. They don't have anything about the Gullah Geechee. They have nothing in reference to the Seminoles. They have nothing in reference. They don't even tell Pocahontas' story right. Let's talk about that. Pocahontas don't even get no real credit. If we won't start talking about everybody, no. The closest thing we got to something being visualized about Black Wall Street had to deal with, shoot. What's the show that was on HBO that they took off after the first season? HBO. What the fuck was it called? Oh, it was a show on HBO and it's on the tip of my tongue. Black shows canceled. That's crazy. Shoot. What is it called? I'm gonna have to find it. I'm gonna get it in a second. Did anybody know what it's called? Watchmen. Watchmen was good, but it wasn't Watchmen. It was, I found it. It was, let me see what the name of this show is. Not the Nevers. I could care less about that. Lovecraft Country. Lovecraft Country was the only show that actually low-key talked about how Black Wall Street got bombed out. They have like one episode that talks about that. And it was crazy. Lovecraft Country was wild. Okay, I like Yipper. Yipper's coming with some good shit to talk about, because I'm a movie and show buff when it comes to stuff like this. And I'm always big about talking about how I'm very pro-black, obviously. But it's like moments where Halle Berry had to fuck somebody to get an Oscar. Like, Denzel had to be Alonzo and engulf a completely different character than what he usually is to get an Oscar. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be those moments where, yes, R.I.P. Michael K. Williams. Shout out to him. Yes, thank you. That shit is the truth. It just, those moments in just cinema with black people piss me off. Cause why the fuck, goddamn, why do we have to have such disparaging roles to get recognized? Like, that's insane. Thank you. And that's another thing. It's like, I love Naruto. That's one of my favorite animes. That, Ninja Scrolls, Samurai Champloo, those are like my top. But then we get Afro Samurai. Afro Samurai is fucking amazing. Great anime. But when you watch Naruto, it really shows you how the world always is going to be a gang fight. Because that ain't shit but a gang fight. If y'all ever know, it was like the Bloods and the Crips, which was like, you know what I'm saying, the good clan against Orochimaru and his foolishness he had going on. And then within them, they had a division. They had the Leaf Clan. They had the Saiyan Clan. All these other things. And it was too honest, in my opinion. And that's why I feel like shit gets cut off, because when they start talking about, yes, I've seen the Blue-Eyed Samurai, fucking fire. When they get to talking about how chakras are real, how they get to talking about how, for instance, the nine-tailed fox, these are real things. Like, they show it to us, like, in our face, but, like, it's just, thank you. Don't even get me into, because then we're going to start really talking about fucking airbenders, waterbenders. We're going to start talking about Avatar. Anime is definitely what shows y'all how things are really working. Like, y'all got to watch anime. No, Lovecraft Country did not hold back at all. And that's why I feel like they got rid of it.
Yep.
I think they got so deep and they did. Thank you, Marcus. I'm glad you're back. I just feel Lovecraft Country, they didn't go through all the episodes before they was like, yeah, y'all can have a series. But when they got to the end of that motherfucker, them motherfucking white people was like, no, y'all can't come back with this shit. And then they killed off Michael. I don't believe he was doing fentanyl, y'all.
Yeah, Jonathan got caught up in the scandal too.
And now you seeing how old girl Journey's going through that divorce with her regular ass husband. Like, if y'all notice, every person in that cast is either on their way out the door or have gotten their entire image smudged.
Yeah. And Journey never really got full credit for I mean, she always just gets like dead wrong. I'm like, why is she not more big budget movies and stuff? Why? I mean, I know that like you have to like audition for stuff, but like her quality that she brings to stuff, it should be people like, yo, Journey, I want you in this. Period. But I mean one of these days we're gonna have to go into that conversation on Hollywood. Figure while I'm actually able to be in here for a second, and I guess I'll make my comments quick before it fizzes out on me, and then we can go ahead and end on this note. But I think what Anthony said, he treading on dangerous waters, especially after they gave him Captain America. Treading on dangerous waters, and I just tell y'all, watch out for him, and we'll see what ends up happening, because I won't be surprised if he ends himself up in some kind of weird legal trouble all of a sudden, that he starts losing all his contracts and gets kicked out of the MCU. And I'm just saying, you already know those who follow like these different shows which like critique comic book movies like Nerdrotic and all them, basically a bunch of racist white boys. But anyway, I'm telling you, they want to appease that audience, and we really, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a deep dive into the racism of Hollywood in general next week. I'm putting that in there. I'm calling that out right now. So no matter whatever stories, like how I went into this whole thing about the taxes and the states and Kansas and all that. This is something that I've been wanting to talk about since I've heard about them even wanting to do the tax cuts again. I wanted to go into that. So this is something also. I did a little short on my other channel, and it's on my TikTok for those who follow, which I don't know. I might get back into doing some TikToks and stuff, but when people start speaking truth to power, and honestly, I guarantee you, Anthony wasn't just talking about other people. I guarantee you, he was including himself. That
because I was saying that, Marcus, he came from 8 Mile to Marvel.
Dude, even from 8 Mile, I don't know if you remember the movie Crossover.
Oh my God.
With Hot Sauce.
Yes.
Anthony Mackie can't. You can tell that dude can't even play basketball. He is garbage in basketball, and they gave him a movie starring as a basketball player, a street ball player at that. And so, the way he was able to jump up the rungs, how he did, and it was to do that on-screen, kiss in Black Mirror. I think
You know they got
probably,
to do the humiliation ritual because he wasn't even seen. He was a whole different character that nobody gave a fuck. In Marvel, how did you get Captain America over Don Cheadle and Terrence Howard?
Yep. Well, here's the thing. Why didn't you even do the Bucky? Why didn't they do the Bucky thing? Or why didn't they do a standalone? Why didn't they do a standalone Falcon movie? I would have rather seen a standalone Falcon movie than him assume the mantle of Captain America with the sordid history that Black people have with America in general, and even the first Winter Soldier.
That's what I was about to say. Come on now, and not to mention, come on now, we know Captain America was created during World War II. They didn't even like niggas.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing?
To get the serum, how they experiment on Black people. I'm like, come on now.
Come on, bro. Tuskegee, it's too much. It's too much. And so I don't want to see my man's get. I don't want to see my man's get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see him go down. I don't.
Characters have uplift those. We don't really need to. I mean, I know some people talking about, well, Garland was on that Hollywood 2 woke BS. Well, I mean, there's some there to it. I just know that some of these critics are racist. Even if it is a female character, they don't really want to see some of this stuff. And I think some of it has changes because you got a lot of superhero, non-comic book people jumping in, just putting whatever their own spins on it and destroying some of these characters in general. Like my mindset is, we can create dope ass characters for each people. We don't have to change something that's already, something. Just like, and my critique, this isn't even on a racial thing because movies is something I definitely critique, and I love movies. I just watched the remake of The Crow. Literally, I put that as one of my worst movies I've ever seen. The most garbage of movies ever. They could have taken that concept and made it something else but The Crow. We would have knew, oh, this is kind of inspired off of The Crow. But you did not have to try to make this as The Crow. This is why it's looked at as so bad. Because you took something that was long treasured and you just trashed it. So that's my thing. I would rather see them make a standalone Power Man movie where he has a budget. Luke Cage has the budget to be the real Power Man. That comic book has the power to beat the hell out of the Hulk. Not this TV guy who's just bulletproof and strong. Like to the real level of what Power Man is. Or Luke Cage, as y'all know him. I want to see them embrace these other characters and build them up. I don't want to see them be lazy like Hollywood likes to do. Oh, well, we're just going to make a female Hawkeye. Don't do that. We don't have to do that. That's lazy.
Man, that's all they ever do. Throw a chick on it.
Mm-hmm. And that's my thing. Think about it. When Black Widow came out, if they would have made a Black Widow standalone movie, I think it would have did great. They got to do it right. And it's not that people are, they're just so sexist that they would never like a female character. You know how many nerdy ass dudes is out there watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Don't go on that. They're too sexist that they're not gonna like a female led character. It's not true. I think Wonder Woman would have still continued to do great if it wasn't the person who is Wonder Woman and her whole ties with the IDF and all that. I think that tanked it alone right there. But that's the problem, and I think that she was intentionally picked because of her tie to, you know, the IDF. They wanted to promote this Israeli to be at the top. And that's part of why people rejected it. You can't astroturf these people to the top. You gotta do it the right way. And that's I don't like, for instance, even like if you did now that you got the whole metaverse and all that, you can go metaverse version Black Batman in this universe. I'd be cool with that. We don't need to change Bruce Wayne. You get what I'm saying? I think that there's room to be able to do this and do this the right way. And Hollywood is just so freaking lazy. And the crazy part about it is the man who was trying to give y'all the blueprint and gave y'all the blueprint, Wesley Snipes, who re-kicked all this stuff back with Blade and who was trying to do Black Panther even back then, y'all don't want to do this stuff right because y'all don't have enough vision. Y'all don't have enough vision to actually see how to make a good damn movie.
No, they fucked up Black Panther. Even after old boy died, they fucked up Black Panther. That shit was terrible. And they don't ever do none of our movies worth a damn. They don't ever give our characters justice, in my opinion. I hate how they do us. And
well, I get it. Chris H. Yes, it is that's not Luke Cage, but it's still a power man that beats the hell out of Hulk. That's what I'm saying. They can give us that. I mean, I'm just tired of Hollywood putting out crap and expecting everybody to just jump on it because you put a whole bunch of CGI into it. You know. But I guess that's about all I have. And we're getting closer to almost 4 hours. Probably good to put some food in my belly. Could you imagine Sister Act with a white woman? Oh Lord. I don't want to.
I mean, they had 3 other ones helping.
Yeah. Well, more than 3, shoot.
In a sense, we did have that.
Pretty much all the other sisters were white, so
yeah. So the Sisters Act was definitely they had some white women in it, and
I don't even think they had a Hispanic one or an Asian one. It was like she was black, all the rest were white. Hell, even all the fathers were white.
Yeah, and that's the whole gist of the movie was like, oh, let's look at this one black lady that has some crimes. I mean, in my opinion, I think Sister Act and Ghost are in the same universe.
We're gonna have a talk off camera.
Yeah.
It's some other movies that I'm like I said this to Liz the other day. I said, yo, this might sound fucked up, but is Pretty Woman and Sleeping with the Enemy is the part 2. Sleeping with the Enemy is a part 2 of Sleeping of Pretty Woman.
Yes.
He meets the rich billionaire. It's all great. And now he beating her ass.
I was about to say now he get to whop her ass in between a washer and a dryer.
I know that's kind of dark. I'm sorry, but
that's what happens when you selling coochie.
You get with some control freaky, like, hey, I didn't bought your ass. I'm gonna do
You're
whatever.
mine. Yeah. Now get your ass back in the dungeon. Carry your ass back to the dungeon.
It's just like how we never can get a Mandarin movie either. I'm sorry. I'm nerding out too much. They gon' and that's the reason why what's his name? Shang-Chi, that's the reason why his stuff didn't get off the ground, because you basically hijacked part of the Mandarin and put it in there, and real comic book fans, they knew what y'all were doing. Because do y'all know, like, the Mandarin had 10 rings on his different powers, which is similar to basically what's his name? Came in, did the snap. Why am I blanking on him? Big ass purple dude. Thanos. It's basically similar to Thanos when he got the glove and he got the 5 gems. Same thing. You know, Mandarin had the 10 rings, and plus the crazy part about Marvel is all of Marvel is literally just copycatting everything from DC and put a remix on it.
They put the flip it and reverse it on it.
Yep. Because Thanos ain't nothing but dark side. But you know, I'll leave it at that. I mean, hell, Hawkeye is a broke Green Arrow.
Yes. And Green Arrow ain't nothing but a broke Green Lantern.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, well, and then you got what's his name? There's so many of them. You can see correlations with Deathstroke, Deadpool. Never mind. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop because I do like Deadpool, but you know what I'm saying. They just boy, thieving. Boy, they was thieving.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking the other day, like I watched this video, which was crazy because my brother and I had talked about it many, many moons ago in reference to like just movies that might have had part twos that nobody really put connections to and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like Philadelphia is part one of Training Day. No, not Philadelphia. What is it? Hold on. No, it's the one where oh no, it's not Philadelphia. It's when Denzel is going against that spirit. God damn it. Time is on my side.
Oh, I know what you're saying. That was my movie.
Yeah.
Something Devil. What is it?
Fallen. It's called Fallen.
Fallen. Yes.
Fallen is part one of Training Day. Because that's what happens. Because I feel like he got possessed. Remember at the end?
So the demon was just in him as Wise Alonzo.
Because why else would he have gone and fuck with them Russians? By the way, look at Training Day so you know not to fuck with the Russians.
Whoa, I got to address this. I got to push back on that. Chris H says, but yeah, Marcus, the Mandarin can't work now because they changed Iron Man's origin. Yeah, they changed all that, but somebody said he was racist. The character wasn't made to be racist. I mean, you can't make an Asian character and what, so they got to make an Asian character like a white man? I mean, how does that work? If the guy is from, and think about it, if you had China wasn't industrialized like it is now. China, those are some of the most proud of their culture people that you can have. And so if you're going to have some villain, he ain't going to be wearing a Brooks Brothers suit. I mean, come on, what do you think he's going to be dressed as? I don't think that's racist at all. Because you still got people in China who wear traditional Chinese garb. I don't think that would be racist at all. No, but I don't think anybody ever took it as derogatory. Anybody ever? Have you heard anybody calling the Mandarin derogatory or racist? I never heard that.
Like the Star Trek shit, Star Wars?
No. I'm talking about the Mandarin from
Marvel?
Yeah, from Marvel.
Oh no.
Nobody ever looked at it as a racist character. I'm talking about the Asian community didn't. I mean, if that's the case, then you can't make Shang-Chi then. He goes all the way to a Shaolin temple and stuff. Well, you got to erase that, or what? He's going to be a Chinese superhero and can't speak Mandarin. I mean,
I'm just saying.
At this point, we're going to say Black Panther shouldn't speak African dialects.
I speak a couple of them.
Well, you said, think about it. The dude's name is Mandarin, which is a whole language. Do you know, like when I lived in Italy, most of the people's names are cities in Italy.
There's a place called. There's a dude named Sicily.
I knew a girl named Monica Catania, and we lived in Catania.
Okay, Chris, you got till next week to get your argument up.
I had an ex whose last name was Lombardo. Vince Lombardi. That is from a town called Lombard in northern Italy. I saw. I probably knew easily about 10 Italians who had names of cities. I mean, think about it. Do you know anybody named Flores? Do you know what that means? Flower. you know, people will have names of various different things. Hell, there's British people named English. That's their last name, English. So I mean,
No,
I
no
don't
live
know.
action. I don't like live action anime. Keep it cartoony because that's the whole point.
I mean, I don't think just in itself his name is Mandarin making it racist. Hell, there's a fruit called a mandarin.
And it don't even come from there. Oranges are Hispanic fruit. They citrus. They don't have citrus over there. I don't know. That sounded racist. I'm sorry.
I mean, are we gonna say Kung Fu Panda was racist?
Obviously. It's a black and white movie. No, I'm playing.
Because they used a panda, and pandas are indigenous to China. I mean,
but were they practicing in China?
no, I think that there's a way to do these things, and you can do a cultural character without it not being, you know, I mean, not without making it racist. I mean,
but what about and I heard you bring up I know we need to get off, but I heard you bring up the Hulk. I just want to talk about the fact that the whole time he was trying not to bother nobody. Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to stay away from everybody.
Okay.
If people coming to bother him,
it sucks because the whole show, I broke this shit down with my friend because I love talking about different Marvel characters, DC characters, just Hollywood alternate universes altogether.
and whether you go from the comic book or you go from the show.
We were just talking about the show. We were just talking about the show.
City to city, trying to keep his head down, just like Rambo was.
Talk about it, Marcus. Thank you for bringing that point up. He was going from city to city, minding his fucking business. He would tell people, please don't make me angry. You're not going to like me when I'm angry. He gets to the city. There's some fuckery going on. He be trying to lay low at the fucking hotel. Can't even chill at the fucking hotel. They come and fuck with him. He turned into the big green dude, tear up the city, and now he got to leave. They don't even thank this nigga. They don't give him an extra room for the night. Thank you for saving the city from that nuclear reactor. Thank you for saving the city from the mob bosses. Thank you for saving my bitch from the tree and the cats. None of that shit. They would not leave that nigga alone. The whole MO is he wants to be left alone. Thank you, Chris.
He even went off into the wilderness to get away from people.
And they found his cabin. He was minding his business, y'all. Leave that nigga alone. That's all he said. And then if you watch the show at the end, his sad ass music. I love the song. This nigga is hitchhiking.
That is music.
He is hitchhiking, bro. And the saddest thing is he'll be hitchhiking. A car will come by. He'll have his thumb out and they just drive past his ass. Little do they know, they could probably get their life saved. They don't even know. And then my friend was like, well, what if somebody pick him up and it's a serial killer? Well, it's going to cancel itself out.
Yeah. He spent his whole time, and even when they made the movie, he spent his whole time trying to use his intelligence to stop his hulking out. He like, yo, I'm trying to fix the problem. I'm not the problem here.
He was like, you know, I'm just trying to find a lab to negate the shit that I fucked up on. And they's like, fuck that. Those mob bosses over there, they keep eating all the spaghetti. Can you help? And he's like, I guess I can help. Hey, stop eating all the spaghetti. Fuck you. Pulls out guns. He turns green. Kills everybody. Hulk smashes their brains. And now he got to leave?
That's similar to Beast too.
And then, not to mention, he fucked around and turned himself blue permanently. With his fine self. I had a crush on Beast. I should have talked to my therapist about that. Because I always thought him and Azazel in X-Men, just, I don't know. It's something about men that, Thank you. And Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type shit. Because, what is it? League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Okay? League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, that is one of my favorite movies, hands down. Just want to throw out the fact that Sean Connery did not have a superpower. The motherfucker was just an accurate shot. Keep that in mind. Everybody else has superpowers. The motherfucking dude who had the goddamn submarine. He had the submarine, the helicopter, the ship. That bitch flew. He had a submarine helicopter ship. Ain't nobody else had that shit. That nigga was cool. And it was big enough.
Don't forget that fly ass car.
Oh my God, the fucking car. That car was a car boat. It was a car boat. Remember it was a car boat? That fucking long ass Rolls Royce looking ass motherfucker, Batmobile.
Like 18 wheels on it.
Bruh, he had a cream Batmobile. They don't even make that. Did he even talk to Bruce about that?
Oh, there it was.
Captain Nemo. Yes. Captain Nemo had the fucking cream gold accent Batmobile. And it was better than Bruce's Batmobile.
He was my favorite character in
He was
that.
my favorite character because when he pulled that sword out and was like, let's get busy, I was like, yes, go!
It's pretty much the only movie where you're gonna see any man of a what is it, so-called Middle Eastern, because they left it vague if he was Indian, Pakistani, whatever. The only time they made him positive. The only time they make one positive.
Man did. Captain motherfucking Nemo. Boy, that's my motherfucking movie. Sean Connery, I guess, cool and all, but the rest of that crew was amazing, especially that Dr. Jekyll character. Mm-hmm. I loved how they painted that guy. I love how he had to have a talk with himself before he got nasty. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't do movies like that anymore.
They don't.
That's when real story writing and real acting comes into play.
They never gonna do that shit again. They never gonna do a movie like that again.
Dominique, J-Lo gets to play white women all the time because J-Lo wants to be a white woman all the time.
Yeah, that's different. She be going for those stupid ass roles.
She picks them roles, yeah.
She go and audition for them shits. I like Selena J-Lo. I like background dancing for In Living Color, J-Lo.
Selena, Anaconda, Money Train, you know, that
okay. Yes.
After that,
Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That is one of my all-time favorite kid movies. I put kid in quotations because that should not have been made as a child movie.
Hey, guess what? I saw that at the drive-in when it first came out. Like, my aunt took us to see, well, it first started off with Eddie Murphy Raw, then we watched Delirious, and then Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Okay, first off, watching Raw before Delirious is crazy work, first off, because Raw is way worse than Delirious.
Mm-hmm.
Have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you showing that to like a 6-year-old?
Yes. He was like, I need money for the ticket. What money do you need for the ticket? I need money for the ticket. You fleeing, flying. I literally say that now, Marcus. I say fleeing, flying, filth. That's not what I say.
Wait a minute, I'm conflating. My bad. It wasn't Roger Rabbit that time. It was that's what it was. It was Raw, and I think Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and then I think it was Delirious and Roger Rabbit, and I think Raw and Coming to America. That's what it was.
God damn.
Yeah.
God damn.
I know, aging myself, right?
But still, seeing Raw before Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I've seen both of them in the drive-in.
No. That's wild work. Y'all wild for that. Who is your auntie? I need to talk to her. I really need to talk to her. Like, my mama let me watch Delirious.
I was 7 when it came out.
I watched Delirious with my mama because of the ice cream scene. And then I didn't know and then a big brown shark came. I didn't even know what that was until way.
The shark in it too.
Yeah. Hey, G.I. Joe got stuck in the water. That's my shit. But my mom and I had an inside joke about Goonie Goo Goo. If y'all know about Goonie Goo Goo and y'all ever see me out in the wild and y'all want to get me, like, tug at my heartstrings, tell me motherfucking Goonie Goo Goo. Okay? You see me be like, hey, Teal, Goonie Goo Goo. Ha! Dog. That is such a great inside joke for me.
He said, I saw my Spanish friend Sanchez, and I thought I learned some Spanish shit. I said, Magoonie Goo Goo. He said, get the fuck out of
here.
He's like, Gus.
You burned down my back with the brontosaurus burgers?
You say your wife Puerto Rican? Your wife ain't no Puerto Rican. I'm no Puerto Rican. He's like, Gus, your wife is a Bigfoot.
It's a Bigfoot, bro. She ripped down my stairs. Your kids look at each other, they go, goony goo goo. You burned down my backyard with these brontosaurus burgers. I literally say that to people. I was like, you making brontosaurus burgers, bro?
Look at Charlie over there. Look at him. 3rd-degree burns eating a friend. But if y'all don't know about Delirious and Raw, man, y'all need to me, Eddie don't have to do no more comedy. Those two alone cements him as one of the greatest in my mind.
Mm-hmm. For real.
Man, y'all need to go back and see that. And then while you're at it, you need to go learn about Richard Pryor and old Mudbone.
Oh my God. Y'all don't want Mudbone. I got Richard Pryor on vinyl.
Remember when he was talking about Dracula?
How he only kill white people?
No, he was talking about a wino ain't scared of nothing but running out of wine. He said a wino could run into Dracula and would be scared. They'd be like, "Hey, boy, what your name is?" Dracula. What kind of name is that for, nigga? Dracula, and your teeth all hanging out your mouth. He's talking about, you got to get home before the sunlight come up? Oh, I bet you do. You lob around and get arrested.
You lob around and get arrested.
He said, look at you, the dirt all around your neck. You old dirty, filthy old boy, ain't you? Talking about, what you doing peeking in them people's window?
Hey, yo, can we talk about the fact that only Dracula could be a white person because black people looking through people's windows would definitely get you quick.
Oh, when he did Mudbone and he talking about the witch doctor? Oh man.
He was like, Steve played Mudbone a few months ago. Shout out Steve.
Mudbone, boy. Yeah.
Shout out Steve. Steve's my favorite. Shout out Steve. I most likely will be on his show tomorrow morning. So please check out. Yeah. Check us out on the AM Wake Up tomorrow. I'll pop in on that one. Obviously, y'all see I'm on the Political Matrix now, and we're doing it on Sundays. Cause I be outside, y'all. I be outside.
Double duty.
Yes, man. I be outside. I teach line dance classes and stuff. I be at trail rides in the South and stuff. So we got a bonfire coming up on the 19th of April. If you're in the Virginia area, North Carolina, DC, DMV area, come on down. Come party with us. We finna turn up. I'm selling tickets on Eventbrite. Turn up. We finna turn up in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, you know what? I noticed something. You know when the stream got all messed up? When we start bringing up about using a different site and the difference in pay and the streaming getting messed, and then all of a sudden, oh, it go crazy for me. Now I want to act right.
Because we can't talk about on this website. We can't talk about it because then that's going to send everybody over to instead of bringing them to the tube of you. And you can find, I appreciate you too. You can find AM Wake Up on Rockfin. That's in Rumble. But yeah, Rumble is probably the best place to find it because Rockfin can suck a dick.
What? I just saw, he said 5'9" died in a club in Macedonia. You talking about Royce?
What?
I'm trying to see. Is that what we're talking about? Royce
Yeah, they do be taking. Now I'm looking.
Let's see. Is that what we're talking about here? What? No, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe. Oh, the country.
At least 59 people were killed and 155 others were injured when a fire broke out in a nightclub.
Man, that's messed up.
So what you mean? Hey, if y'all check me out.
Oh, well, Rockfin, there's a beef going on with a lot of the creators right now. I'll just say that.
Rockfin ain't doing their creators right. They hitting them with the Angie Stone.
Yeah. Our channel basically, we lost our creator status basically.
For no real reason.
Well, they want us paywall and everything.
What the hell? That's no reason. That's not a good enough reason in my book.
Oh yeah, Lone Star, me too. I'm in that list.
Mm-hmm.
No, they still got my content up, but I can't get in and create. That's the reason why I don't have a link to Rockfin up now.
Ooh-wee. They had bars on the windows. Couldn't nobody get out.
Mm. Oh yeah, I fell into that. The Ray tokens or whatever all got took. Oh yeah, I mean.
Oh man, the fire caused the roof to collapse on these people. Ooh, child! From an aerial view of how this looks, that is terrible. It looked like they were at a house party, to be honest. Man, creators don't even get their coins, Bookie. They holding the bag. They are holding the bag from the creators.
It's a lot of creators on Rockfin that you don't know of that they be trying to get their Ray out and they can't. And then there's ones who are able to get theirs out, and then all of a sudden they start having problems with it and not getting paid anymore. And so it switched from like for instance, if it was like, oh well, if you want to do it free, you can do it free, but just know you won't get any of like your monthly Rockfin kind of like allowance or in the section. Mine was virtually negligible anyway, so I didn't care. But that's the reason why they were like, okay, so even if you don't get any tips, keep it as premium and we'll give you like a monthly stipend or whatever. But I never was able to get the money out any damn way, so whatever.
They trifling. Rockfin is trifling. We really need to be. We really got to get on our corn hubs. I'm just saying. You think I'm playing? I'm finna.
No, I'm curious. I'm curious to see how that we're doing this experiment next week, and I'm curious to see what those numbers look like.
I'm gonna stream off of my laptop just so I can connect it, and I'm gonna show you how it works. It's insane. It is insane work. I was getting maybe 3 or 4 people watching my stream in 7 hours. Okay, in 7 hours. Can you count the fingers? 7. I connected to my corn hub. 30 people. Just to hear me talk shit and tell weird stories. By the way, I need to start telling stories about my life.
Well, and I'll tell you what happened with the reason why I don't really do too much on TikTok. I put out a TikTok in like 30 minutes. I have like 300 views. And after a couple of hours, I'll be like 700, 800. It might even hit 1,000 views. Then anti-lock brakes just completely stop.
Oh, most definitely. That's called a shadow ban. You're definitely shadow banned. I've been banned off TikTok.
Every video I had, we get to a certain number, like real quick, and then boom, you stop.
You hit a wall. You literally hit a wall, and it just everything. My Instagram's the same way. If I don't have myself like half naked on my Instagram, I won't get any views at all. Wow. At all. If I just post nothing but like funny memes, let's see. 28. I just got my live back on the 12th. So I've had it back for 4 days or so. I'm still at 20 views. But if I go back and I look at my views from the week prior, I had like 108, 109 just on my story. And then I'll go back down to 20. Like, it's insane. It's nasty work. And then let me go to TikTok. Oh God, that shit is terrible. I'll get 300, 200. That's about it. I used to get 1,000, 2,000 views a day. Not no more. I done said one too many things about deserts and shit like that. But let me actually like. This is a perfect example. This is my Instagram. Okay. I am technically half naked in this post right here. Right here, half naked. Just a cover photo. It's just a video of me dancing. There are over 800 views on that. But me right here in the center talking about food deserts with you, Marcus, the last time we were on the show, 300 views and it stops. I won't get another
They don't
freaking
want
view.
that. They don't want that to go viral.
No. I got this beautiful picture of me right here. My photo shoot right here. 2,000 fucking views. 2,000. Right above it is me talking about food deserts. Don't nobody give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. I hate it here.
Yeah, I've learned the strategy on which videos will get you anti-lock breaks.
Yeah.
And
Anything
that's
talking about our government.
I'll be careful with I'll still talk about it, but I just carefully word some of this stuff. I wouldn't be surprised that I wouldn't be surprised that they don't just have an algorithm watching us like one appointed. They probably got a live person. Like,
Oh, bro, I know I got somebody watching me. I know I know for a fact, hands down. I don't think I know a single other person that's been banned off of Snapchat.
I don't really know how to operate Snapchat that well. I mean,
look, I had 19,000 followers on my Snapchat. And it's the most that I've ever had in my entire life on social media. 19,000 followers. I was doing hee-hees, ha-has, videos of homeless people. I remember the day I had a video of me cussing the homeless people out because they kept throwing their needles over, and I made them sweep the sidewalk. And I had a video. It was like a 3-day event. Everybody, thousands of views. I don't know what happened. I said something one day. I opened up my Snapchat, and they were like, no. And so I appealed it, and it was like, no. I lost all of my content, all of my followers. I never got it back. I've not recovered since then. My social media stance has been so shitty after that, and it's because I know for a fact I have a person at Meta that has my face on their billboard. Every day, they look at me. I know when that motherfucker go on vacation because that's how I got my live back from Instagram. I should still be banned. I had a 2-year ban from going on live. 2 years. I'm not supposed to be able to go on live until December 12th of this year. Somehow I got my live back, and I was like, oh shit, that motherfucker took vacation. And I got my shit back. But I'm still shadow banned on everything. I don't get the good views on Facebook. I don't get the good views on Instagram. My Snapchat is dead. TikTok is dead. Like, I know I have somebody working on me. So, my bad.
You in good company here because we definitely in the shadow banning right here too.
Look, and Steve just texted me about being on the show tomorrow. So yes, I will be on the AM Wake Up tomorrow on Rumble, Rockfin. Catch us out. Check us out. Also, if you have a chance, I am going to be at the Third Eye Carnival in Tennessee.
Oh really? Oh cool.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do a live show.
Wish it ever worked, like if I ever blew up big enough and or I was doing this stuff on a regular, I'd pop up the stuff.
I mean, we would love to have you. Straight up. Love to have you.
Plenty of people be like, man, when you gonna come back on AM Wake Up? I'm like, I wish I could. It's just not that simple for me, I gotta literally wait till I have a day off, or like I literally have to take a day off to go on there.
So, bro, who you telling? Steve show be early as fuck for me. I love me a good afternoon show. But yes, I be on AM Wake Up with the guys. Yes, thank you. It is also on X, Twitter, the Bird app, whatever y'all want to call it. We're also on X. My Twitch is Boo Boo Kitty Fucks. My Twitch is
wait a minute. Is Steve part of Indie Media now?
Is he? I don't know.
Because it says because I noticed I've seen Indie on there lately more and more, and right here Lone Star says Indie News Media restreams AM Wake Up every morning on X as well.
Y'all about to show us some new shit.
I'm
gonna pull up my Twitch just because I need to spell it out for y'all because I'm a weirdo. But my gamer tag is also Boo Boo Kitty Fucks. So child, the storm. Yeah, man, Boo Boo Kitty Fucks. That's my name. Y'all can't tell me shit.
And I don't know. I'm looking forward to what we do with this. Going into the rest of this year, it's gonna be interesting. And like y'all said, it's not gonna be Teal just popping in every once in a while. Teal will be here.
That's my Twitch.
Teal will be here every week. So
every week.
I gotta remember who it was who was like, Man, Till need to come back, and he was looking for you. Soul, that's who it was. Soul.
Oh yeah, that's my boo thing. He just don't know it.
I'm gonna make sure to let him know. I'm like, yo,
Please do. And shout out to Emmanuel. I would like Cuzzo and Emmanuel to pop in every once in a while.
I've already talked to Ladarius. He said that he's gonna he's trying to get his stuff together, and he want to come on the show.
Hell yeah! And
We
shout
don't
out
have
to
it soon enough where he'll be on, and then I just got to hit up EC when he got the time, because he have his kids, he have the boys, and so we just got to find when he got the free time, but and get E back on here. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a power panel. Me, you, Emmanuel, and I love to be able to get all four of on here at the same time. That'd be sweet, and hopefully by then I'll get all my hiccups out of the way with this. I'm gonna try to bring more people on here. It's been a while since Steve been back on, so I gotta get Steve on here. I want to get Warren on here. I've been talking about bringing Willie Bragg on for a minute, and I feel like I gotta. So my word is not due. I gotta make sure I bring the homie on. So it's a bunch of people where I want to start, collaborating with them more. I haven't had anybody from RBN on in a while. I mean, and since it's earlier in the day, I think it's more likely Sabby would come swing through, and JB, and still working on getting Nick on here. I'm gonna pick on him, like I'm gonna honestly keep poking at him, like, because he don't like people from Kansas. That's what it is, The Missouri.
Nobody asked him about that.
The Missouri ain't got no love for us. The Missouri cats ain't got no love. You see, and I'm like, remember Blue Streak?
Yes.
When Martin was beating up Tully, Dave Chappelle, he was like, and he told me I couldn't read good. I was like, that's what Nick did to me. He beat me up and told me I couldn't read good.
Okay, and look, I'm not from Kansas, so pull up.
I'm
not.
But I told him, man, you got the door. The door is open. Anytime you want to swing through.
Come on, swing through then. But yeah, shout out cousin. Shout out cousin Ladarius. Thank you for knowing what the hell I was talking about last time we was on the show. Shout out to you for knowing that. Shout out Eman, because I think I love when Eman comes in with the pauses.
Yeah, he
always, you know what I'm talking about. The pauses.
That's like that yardstick you had back in school to wrap you across the knuckles when you get out on.
Pause.
I appreciate it. He'd be like, yo, hey, yo.
He'll kiss your knuckles quick. He'll kiss them knuckles quick. So yeah, tomorrow morning and wake up, catch us, find Steve. His Instagram is also Slow News Day. You can find the and wake up Instagram. You can find my Instagram, which is the Voodoo in Nature. God damn it, this one.
Definitely give the fellas my regards, especially my homie Tease.
Yes, and then right here is my Twitch. If y'all want to follow me on Twitch, I don't do shit but talk shit, tell stories about things that might or might not have happened allegedly in my life.
I want to get Jesse Jett on here too one of these days and have him do some songs. You don't know about Jesse Jett?
No. Who was that?
I'll sing you some of his songs.
Please do.
Kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe it. It's kind of like a folk, funk, rock, rap kind of thing going on. And I'll reach out to Misty. She's definitely had me on. She's had me on her channel before. Well, I'm cool with a lot of the people over at INN. I haven't gotten most of them on here yet, which has been a goal of mine for a while. But I definitely will try to get them on, and I'll make sure to send you some of their stuff throughout the week. Oh, plus, I just need to rap with you in general.
Hell yeah, anytime. If you got time after the show, we can still, chit chat.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll call you after we get off and chop it up just for a little bit. Yeah, I've had Kid on. I'll get Kid back on. Oh, it's a bunch of people. Man, Yipper brought up doom and gloom. Man, I'm trying to. Doom is in college, so she's trying to get her. I'm applauding her. Keeping her school stuff going. But I chat it up with her every now and then off camera. But Gloom, I don't know. We're trying to figure it out, but they both got things going on, so hopefully get them back on the show soon. I mean, it's a bunch of people. I'm planning on working on getting a whole bunch of people on here. So just look forward to, this being lively, and having a whole bunch of faces on here and collaborating with a whole bunch of different people.
And to the person that was saying that they was gonna get some mambo sauce from Target, cut it out.
I'll reach out. I'll definitely reach out to Carl. I definitely enjoyed that conversation. Somebody I'm gonna try my best. I really want to get Jamaro on here. That's a person who I really want to talk to. I've listened to his content for a long time, and I felt like his view on foreign politics is one of the best analysis out there. So definitely a fan of him. Want to get Jamaro Thomas on here if possible.
Don't worry, guys. We gonna get some shit popping. I promise you.
And Till, hey, you want to bring people on, reach out. Hey, you already know you got to go ahead. So
no, for sure. I just gotta. I need to find some more people. One of my girls I really want on the show. She's in the medical field. She's an anesthesiologist.
Yeah.
And her viewpoints on COVID are because she was in the mix, like in the thick of it. Her and I never thought that I would have some of the conversations that I have because I thought I'd only have this with people that are unplugged from the matrix. And when I think about people in the medical field, I don't really give them the kudos of being unplugged. But when my bitch started talking to me about the things that she was seeing, and she's like, T, it is something. She was like, but that's not what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't like to keep harboring or beating a dead horse about that, but there's so much more that is like connected with that.
Well, then it's somebody that that's what I'll do. I'll just go ahead and end it, and I'll talk to you off camera.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate having you on, and I look forward to what we have going on in the future. And thank you for everybody who came to see us. We will be, our regular time is going to be on Sundays now. So, we're going to be on Sundays, at least until football season come back around.
Yeah, until football season, then we're going to have to switch back. And that also helps me because I'll be able to switch back too.
Mm-hmm. And so this is what we're going to, we just got to figure out what's the best time that we're going to go. And that way we'll have a regular time for y'all.
Yes.
So I'll talk to Teal about this when we hop off, and then we'll get y'all a regular. Man, we should do a Discord chat live. I have a Discord. I just have not been on it in a while, so I'll work on getting that. Yeah, Rondo, you just caught the end. We've been on for almost 4.5 hours. So, yeah, rewind, check back. I mean, it was a good stream. It was a good stream, definitely, and. Except for I start cutting out, but Till she kept the party going, and so I appreciate it.
Of course.
Much love there, and I'm working on a new intro, working on a new outro. Hopefully I have it ready by next week, and I'm gonna probably do a test later on in the week or something to try to test my signal a little bit. So. I don't know, for any of the people who actually catch, that test and hop in, I appreciate it. It probably won't be nothing planned. It won't be, I'm not planning on being on there for like hours or nothing. So if you catch it and you're able to help me out, doing my checks and everything, then cool. I appreciate it. Because hopefully I want to have this signal stuff fixed by next week. But
hey, yes, Zipper, we talked about so much corn, you could have called it a lotte. By the way, I love a lotte. If anybody wants to send me a lotte in the mail, overnight it to me, please.
Shoot, I could walk outside and probably get some of the best lotte you run across.
Man, listen.
Hear a little horn and
that's all. I just need to hear somebody's little boombox playing next to a cart.
See, out here you're just gonna hear the horn. Oh, like an old clown horn. Yep.
I need that.
But all right, this has been the Political Matrix. I am Marcus Young Morpheus Cage here with my friend colleague. Voodoo is in the building. So, all right, see y'all next week.
Peace out, y'all.